Welcome everyone, it's Thursday morning and it's our fourth instalment of the Icons of Darts Live League for this week in Phase 4. And we're going to crack on with Keelan K of England and the best player in Russia, Boris Koltsov, to start our league day.
All the best, Keelan.
Boris will begin this one and we'll look for quick revenge when it comes to playing against young Keelan.
96.
A 5-4 result for Keelan K in the last game of Tuesday's league.
58.
Vaulted him to third spot in the league.
97.
Both of these guys looking to make a statement early,
66.
try and get the jump on the likes of Mark Webster and Andy Jenkins, who will join us a little bit later.
138.
Boris perfect on that approach. But they're all trying to
140.
stop Andy Jenkins from being perfect this week, as he started on Tuesday with
96.
5 wins from 5, and will no doubt this morning want to stay on the winning train.
139.
Boris looking to get on that train early with tops.
54.
I'm surprised he didn't move across the oche there. That dart must have been in the way. Keelan needs double 18.
62.
Very, very close to converting after that single 5 to start. Double 5 for Boris.
3.
And gets it with a very important last dart to save that hold of throw. You get the feeling that Keelan was just waiting to pounce
60.
if Boris made one more mistake. Yeah, it was a perfect day for Andy Jenkins on Tuesday. 10
80.
points and plus 15 in his leg difference as well. That's very, very
85.
healthy. He will be brimming with confidence coming into Thursday, but then again, when is Andy Jenkins not confident?
97.
I have seen people who have had blockbuster days, but then seem to fall off the
125.
wagon a little bit and go to the other side of the league. We've seen it with Scott Marsh last week on the Monday, winning on the Monday, and then on the Wednesday,
58.
ended up bottom of the table, pretty much. So Andy will be hoping that doesn't happen to
87.
him. Time for progression, maybe, for Boris, who has found himself at
96.
the top of a lot of leagues and in the top 2 a lot as well. As Keelan does not get a shot, double 12. And will now hold his breath and hope that Boris does not get a shot at the bull.
57.
But Boris got 2 points only on Tuesday. He'll be looking for a better day than that, as Keelan goes for tops and does not hesitate. Keelan K, a player who, for me, over the last 4 weeks has continually improved and has gained consistency with his game. He has got things to improve on, what young player doesn't, but his belief in his ability has been so much more evident.
134.
And some excellent wins. And another win over Boris early here will definitely boost his chances of getting his
100.
second daily title. His first coming roughly 2 weeks ago.
63.
Boris being very creative there, using the 25 and 18 to guarantee the 170 out. I like that use of
59.
the outer bull and the alternative single, just to, at the worst, leave the 170.
134.
because then he can set up the double 18 with a 2 treble visit and regain the lead at 2-1. This is a very fast game.
99.
That's what you expect when Keelan plays Boris. They don't hang around.
4.
Oh, that is a good miss if he comes back. I stress the if, because Keelan has stuck to his task in this leg. Double 19 after that fantastic second dart.
80.
He'll be disappointed not to get it, because that second dart was as good as I mentioned. It was brilliant. And Boris takes advantage of that miss at double 19. It's plausible that Keelan could be 3-0 up.
57.
A miss at double 18, a miss at double 19. And the 2 legs that Boris started.
140.
He gets those. He is more than halfway to 2 points. But as it stands now,
100.
he's in a defensive position.
$85.
Has to stay with Koltsov in the scoring stakes.
40.
Can't rely on Boris missing doubles, because we know how explosive the Russian dart player can be with his 180s.
60.
If he goes on a little run for 2 or 3 legs, you can't catch him. When he's not hitting those 180s,
123.
got to take advantage.
$100.
First to a finish is the Viking.
97.
Great switch from Keelan though. A lot of people might have gone 25 or bull for that last dart. That leaves 95. And scuppered Boris's plans
100.
for 4 19s and tops. Can Keelan keep this match on throw? Double 6.
72.
Could be 2 vital misses at double again as Boris approaches double 8 with caution,
Into.
but finds his way to the red bit to get a 3-1 lead. The only difference in this match has been the small misses
140.
from Keelan at double.
$100.
Whatever happens in this game, Keelan will stay on the board to play Mike Warburton, who joins us.
99.
$134.
That was a must 1-3-4 there from Keelan to stay in touch with Boris, because Boris is starting to create distance.
168.
Well, 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 what a visit. Great tactics, great execution.
100.
And even though Keelan's doing a very good job in this leg of leaving 167 after 9, it could be over.
In 3.
Wonderful 12 from Boris. That inflates his average to 92. And even though Keelan's is just 1 behind that at 91,
93.
he's in all sorts of trouble. And Keelan has not played poorly in this match. But Boris has been lethal
139.
in the right moments.
100.
Does Keelan go to the 18s
100.
with his first dart? He may have to now with Boris slightly in front.
92.
And that's the thing about getting the 60 there. You have to get the second one to then go to the 18s to leave the finish. Boris has already shown at certain points
58.
in the mid-range numbers, the 260s and the 30 somethings, that you have to go to the other single first to give yourself the best chance of leaving a finish.
85.
Particularly when he was hitting that 168 in the last leg.
92.
Treble 18 has been good to him in this match, which has been extremely quick. And even
91.
though Keelan has left himself on tops, it might be out of his hands completely now, as Boris has 112 for the match. Looking for 54 for tops.
56.
Doesn't get a match dart. Wafts away that visit, because it should be gone. This is to save the match.
Game in 3.
Oh, it's a fabulous double five. It's one of those do or die darts.
65.
The honor guarantees, of course, that Boris is going to get the result here. I have seen players be miles in front
100.
and then lose the match. One of them in particular that comes to mind is one that
100.
involved Keelan Kay, where he was behind against Scott Marsh.
97.
Then there were some technical difficulties, and when things were fixed, Keelan Kay stormed to victory from way behind.
140.
So he knows he can do it. Has to stay on it, or
96.
I get the feeling that second 57 might have been needed just to get that first chance at a finish.
100.
Great last dart ton from Boris. It should give him the opportunity to close this out.
85.
Went for double 18 for
56.
tops, because Keelan is lurking on 1, 2, 3. You'll be hoping that Keelan maybe strays into the 7 here, or maybe the 3. No such luck, as Keelan has the ball.
Game in 3.
Ooh, skin saver once more from Keelan Kay. It was double 5 on the last leg on dart 3. This time it's a bullseye out with a 1, 2, 3. That's great stuff. Love to see that from young players.
96.
Their refusal to go away. And that will irk Boris Koltsov a lot.
57.
Believe me when I say it, Boris in his own language will be thinking, go away,
134.
Keelan, go away. And I love the fact that he hasn't. It's been a great game. Averages are pretty much the same as they were a couple of legs ago. 92 for Boris, 91 for Keelan.
60.
But he is more confident these days, the young man from Cornwall. It's starting to show with shots like that.
99.
Is he about to level this game?
82.
Oh, great last start again. If this is what we're going to be in for today, you are going to be in for a treat.
140.
We've had some great leagues in the last couple of weeks. Could we have yet another today? 60 for Bull.
93.
Gets the 54 on the end to set up double 18. Can Boris take the 145? Oh, that one. That was in St. Petersburg as opposed to Moscow.
87.
Double 18 to take us to leg 9.
Game in 2.
Oh, fabulous shot at double
All the best,
9.
Dylan.
Great switch across
All
the
the best.
board. He's won the last 3 in a row, Keelan Kay, and he has the momentum.
97.
Can he use it against the darts one more time?
$140.
He's not a flashy player, Keelan Kay, for me. Doesn't use flashy flights. Doesn't have a flashy shirt.
97.
Doesn't have any flashy hairdos or fancy shoes or anything like that. He just does things efficiently and
96.
in a speedy way as well. But when he is backed into a corner, he can swing.
97.
58.
Honour's pretty much even here. Boris has had 3 scores of 97 in this leg. So the treble 19 has been his best friend.
97.
And another one. Don't think I've ever seen that before. 4 97s to start a leg.
100.
But now it's 113. 97 would set up double 8. That is a treble 3 though. And that means 84.
49.
I'm surprised he didn't go treble 16 there. He had the option. But he has given Keelan Kay a match-winning chance. And 5 minutes ago, I would not have believed that I'd be saying that. Oh, he's missed 48.
76. 83. 24 left.
So Boris will try and stay down in the left corner to get one match dart.
32.
Oh, and it was pushed. Came out very late. And Keelan, to win from 4-1 down, has 3 at double 12. That's double 9, so double 3. Big dart.
18.
The chance was there. The chance has gone. Faults off for double 16.
7.
He was getting closer, but the flights were in the way, and he had to go to the bottom portion to try and find a piece to hit. But he couldn't find it. And this excellent game is finishing in very edgy style, which is making it even better. Oh, but Keelan misses the double 3 on the inside. And that invites Boris back for now 25, because his last start hit the 7. Double 4.
In 3.
Oh, it's a good collision with
Well
that
done, mate.
marker
Well done.
dot. And that was some game to start our day, wasn't it? Oh, Boris Koltsov will be counting his blessings that he got across the line there. And Keelan Kay will now have a very short break before he comes back against Mike Warburton to see if he can rebound in game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 2 of Thursday's league, and we welcome Mike Warburton to the action, who will now take on Keelan Kay after his narrow 5-4 loss to Boris Koltsov just now in what was an incredibly dramatic start to today's action.
Outside.
Outside. Bullseye.
Outside. All the best, mate. Have a good game.
Keelan Kay has won the bullseye with a bullseye, and will look to rebound in quick fashion.
95.
He knows he had the opportunity to win that first game. He was just saying off the air, he knows he had the opportunity to go 3-0 up in that game as well. It was that dramatic.
140.
So many different sways and shifts in that match.
140.
But the only shift that Keelan is looking for right now is one to get the first W of the day. And if you think about the way that he can rebound, it's not just in-game, but it's post-game as well. Because he lost to Scott Marsh in the
70.
second last game of Tuesday, and then went on to register a 5-4 victory against Boris in the next one. So he's made of pretty stern stuff.
100.
He's going to need that against Mike Warburton, who is a very dangerous customer.
100.
This game has started very tidily. 51 for Bull. Bullseye.
Oh, should have went for that. 116.
Sometimes they tell you how they feel, the players. Double 18 for Keelan.
78.
2 misses offer Mike Warburton a shot at 45 to take that early advantage. That's a 12. He's 33. Double 16.
Give me 3.
Oh, he's found it. That's a really good find, because that first start for the single 5 was not close, but the recovery was impeccable. And yet again, early in the match, Keelan Kay is made to pay for a costly miss at double.
97.
And he has been hounded by his opponents this morning already.
43.
It will be Mike's turn to stay on the board post this match, whatever the result, as Boris will return for game 3.
140.
It's fair to say that Boris was not pleased with his performance against Keelan in game 1, but was very, very happy with the result.
125.
So you wonder how he's able to use that somewhat fortunate victory to his advantage in his next encounter.
58.
Keelan just needs to keep the scoring going,
134.
because there was nothing wrong with that department in the last match, or indeed the first leg of this game.
99.
$96.
That will do to get to a similar finish. Warby has the first crack. Double 16 again.
90.
This time he misses that. Keelan does have a break-back chance. double
18
18's
left.
missed on the inside
85.
once more. And if Warburton takes double 8, it's going to feel like deja vu for Keelan. Double 4.
Give me 3.
Finds the inside wire. And it is deja vu for the man from the southwest of England who has the superior average. But 3 key misses at double in this match so far result in a 2-0 deficit.
100.
I'm sure Keelan is very much buoyed by the fact that the development tour will return
59.
sometime soon.
In the echo.
I'm just going to check our
They are
sound
connected.
output with Keelan.
Oh, sorry.
When my darts are going in, it's making like a echo straight after the dart goes in.
Do we disconnect and redo them? Yeah. Oh. Sorry. Right, is that better? Right.
Sounds better.
Right.
Keelan is back.
134.
I was having a conversation with some of the backroom staff this morning from MODUS Sports, and we were marvelling at the fact that
60.
4 months down the track, we are still playing the Icons of Darts Live League. We never thought we'd come this far, but we sincerely hope you've enjoyed the entertainment that we've been able to bring you through a very interesting year in our lives. I'm very, very, very hopeful that we're going to get a third 9 darter this week. Seems like a long time ago since Aaron Monk got the first one.
87.
But Keelan K has knocked on the door of leg wins in this match so far. Hasn't been able to open that door, but is constantly knocking and has thoroughly outscored Mike Warburton in this third leg of the match. Double 5.
No score.
Decides to bust it with Mike so far back. I don't mind that play at all, because it gives him more time to suss out what is going wrong on the outer ring. Didn't want to scupper his chances there by going for that double 5 and going inside and making things trickier. Double 10 again.
Game in 3.
Fabulous shot. And that little gesture he makes towards double 10 as if to say, it's about time you got hit. Some of the words that we utter under our breath towards the dartboard can't be broadcast. He's back in the match now.
58.
Maybe he just needed a leg like that to have a bit more time, a bit less pressure on leg winning shot, just to figure out what he needs to do
100
to put the full stop on a leg.
$121.
In game, you have to say that Warburton maybe had the leg off that most players do have in a match at the right time. And it was on the Keelan K throw. Keelan needs the loss.
140.
Another treble 20 at the end of that visit would have given him first crack at a finish. But now, Warburton is looking favourite.
100.
He will get a first shot at double.
$98.
By no means over this fourth leg though. Tops.
56.
That miss gives Keelan K one more opportunity to draw level.
Game
It's a
shot for
brilliant
3.
shot. As soon as he hits the 60, you're thinking leg over, but it's just not that simple. But that guide for that third dart, just look at the little pause in between dart 2 and 3. Just shuffled a little bit and thought about his rhythm, and it was a great
100.
shot to draw this game level at 2-2. From 2-0 down. So the pattern of bounce back ability that Keelan K has,
60.
it continues. Now it's up to
99.
Warby to get back on that scoring train that he started with in the first couple of legs. He looked very, very dangerous on that treble 20, but it seems to have come down a peg or two.
Oh, 28.
Just needs to find his range with that first dart once more.
90.
And he's in danger of losing his grip on this match.
50.
Because scores of 60, 28 and 60 have allowed Keelan K just to ton down and be
58.
in command. Even with that 58, he's got a lead of 199. Very much like 2 legs ago, Keelan K is first to a finish and has plenty of time to negotiate it.
96.
Even with that ton, the Welshman is not on a double out. So
Game 2.
Keelan can see that confidence growing on the outer ring. It's getting better. His first leg of the match in leg 3 took him a little bit of time to get that job done. A lot sharper with leg 4 and no mistake with leg 5. So the trend says that Keelan K is improving. At the same time,
57.
Warburton is not. So he has to find a bit of a resuscitation leg here. Try and get some confidence from somewhere. And that is what he's looking for, that dart right there.
180.
As soon as he gets that first dart in, it just looks ominous.
100.
It's an infuriating game, this. One leg you can't score for toffee. And then you score a ton, 180 to start the next leg. And you think, why couldn't I have done that last leg?
100.
Keelan is inching closer. Warburton still has the advantage of throw.
$59.
Shot at 25 a ball there probably was the prudent play. Backed
80.
himself on the 57, didn't get it. And he's got a 3 dart out as opposed to a 2 darter. Where does he go for the 82 remaining?
54.
Can Keelan K get the biggest finish of the day? He's already had a 1-2-3 on the bolt. That was, of course, in his first match with Boris. This is a huge exchange right here. This 48 cannot be missed.
Game in 2.
It is not as well. We look like we're going the distance again, very much like game 1. There are certain days you don't get many close matches
39.
and someone strolls away with the title like Andy Jenkins did 2 days ago. I get the feeling today is going to be very different.
100.
At this point of the game, both players will be happy with tons. And Warburton's done a really good job of keeping
180.
Keelan Kay at bay. How important will that 180 be? Because this now is a superb
90.
chance to break the throat of the young man from the west of England. He has a 51-point advantage plus these. He's taken full advantage of it.
140.
What a leg this is from the Welshman. Best of the match so far, scoring-wise anyway.
105.
Can he finish it off? Double 12.
57.
Not far away. Keelan needs 3 perfect darts. There's one.
Oh my.
That one was rushed ever so slightly. And he's disappointed because the opportunity was there for the
127.
167. And he knows that would have been a heartbreaker for the Welshman, considering the position he's put himself in. Double 6.
Oh, 12.
5 missed darts for this leg. Could have taken it in 11.
Game in 2.
But Keelan
Sorry.
takes it in 17.
Don't say sorry, alright, mate.
I completely agree, Mike. You don't have to say sorry for winning a leg. And that's something that the young man will probably have to learn.
100.
I have been like a broken record talking about that for the last few years. Why apologise for doing your job? If someone gives you an opportunity, take it.
180.
And he is taking it. Fair play to Mike Warburton though. Finds a couple of tons to start this
100.
8th leg off, but he may have to find a bit more. Keelan's average of 91 is very similar to how he was playing in the first game.
100.
This has been very tenacious.
46.
Oh, slips into the treble 2. And that one miss gives Warburton hope.
One, 2, 5.
The eagle eye of that Welshman there after that single 5. Absolutely brilliant recovery after hitting the single
99.
5 to start that visit. But we have 2 players sitting on 76. If one misses, one gets a match-winning opportunity. This is huge. Tops.
36.
I think he overcorrected from his last attempt at a 76 out. But this for Keelan Kay is the same shot, but it is for the points.
Game in 2.
Oh, Keelan goes over the line, 5 legs to 3
Sorry,
with a
Mike.
great win. And that one's going to sting Mike Warburton for a little while. But he has to stay on the board to see if he can take out the first winner of the day, Boris Koltsov. So fair play to Keelan for bouncing back from his first defeat. But now it's It's Wales against Russia in game number 3, and that's coming straight up. to it then, and game number 3 of today's league. It would make it very, very interesting if Warby was to get the 2 points here. That would give all 3 players the same amount of points after 2 games. And then we would invite Scott Mitchell into the fold. But as to whether that happens,
Have a good game, Boris. All the best,
we will find out in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
100.
Interesting exchange of words between these 2 players before we began about the stuff that's already happened this morning.
100.
Koltsov could have easily lost his game against Keelan K that he won. And Warby could have easily beaten Keelan K himself, but 2 very, very close matches. And who's to say that Koltsov, K and Warby
180.
can't go on and win the title today? Just get the feeling that no one's going to steamroll to 10 points today. It's going to be a close one.
60.
Warby with the first 180 of the match in visit number 2.
100.
See that lovely style that both players have. Nice angles of that throwing arm.
140.
Very perpendicular to the floor. That should be a good sign of how straight these guys throw. Treble 17 needed.
57.
Would have given him a shot at the bull for the leg. Boris will have a shot at tops for this leg.
96.
If he does have a weakness, it's that dot right there. That when it comes out too late, it just flops and goes too low. It's tops for Mike this time.
44.
And he goes too low as well. Double 5 for Boris.
15.
And that third dart was very similar to his shot at tops. They're following each other.
52.
But it's Mike Warburton who finds double 5 to cost Boris that first leg. Mike kindly asked me not to remark on his wallpaper today, and I said no chance. Here we have
140.
the man with the finest wallpaper in darts against the man with the finest curtains.
100.
Both with a very nice shade of green. And before anybody says anything, I understand that the colour on Mike's wall may be a little bit blue.
97.
60.
Well, the only colour that springs to mind for Boris right now is red, because he's going to feel a bit red in the face about losing that first leg. He should have had it.
100.
And 4 missed darts at double to start the second match of the day is not ideal. Just provides you with a little bit more doubt
134.
about your doubling prowess when you get another chance. If you get another chance, of course. Get the feeling that
96.
Warby probably would have gone for the bull if he'd hit the 54 there.
40 score.
Well, the bonus is that he's left to finish, but you want it to be way south of that 167. For 2-0,
52.
it was double 16, but he was trying to glance it in off the left side of that marker dart.
139.
Boris glares at that second dart as if to say, what were you doing?
Game in one.
Warburton does not glare. He just retrieves and does take an early 2-0 lead.
140.
Today's performances from Boris are going to irk him. They're going to annoy him because it's there. Just been too many slack darts at the wrong time. And he was fortunate in game one. He knows this. He's being less fortunate in this game here and has to brush up on stuff. And as soon as I say that, he comes up with 2 140s to start leg 3.
180.
And this game is turning into something special because they're following each other with the scoring stakes now.
78.
Superb recovery on the cover from Koltsov. Can Warburton follow? He's going to.
Oh, 81.
Oh, and he's done the same thing. One dodgy dart. He's in the 140 range. Boris is not anymore.
16 left.
As he misses one of the trickiest checkouts on the dartboard for a 12 darter. That would have really made him feel better. Surely he's going to be one leg adrift after this.
In 3.
Well, he's very fortunate. You can see that the shot of double 8 and the shot of double 4 were not close, but that double 2, it went in. Let's put it that way. It wasn't towards the center of the segment, but he is just laughing at the fact that it got there.
$100.
I was talking earlier about Keelan Kay waiting for the development tour to return, which it will. Well, for these two players, the challenge tour may be something for them to aim at in October, as it's been announced that that will return.
48.
Boris, of course, who has played on the challenge tour many, many times and posted some
60.
ridiculous statistics. He will look forward to coming back to the UK to play in that. But when you talk about ridiculous
80.
statistics, it's these guys playing each other that really reference more than anything else. Because when they played each other
100.
months ago, they had the icons of Darts Live League combined average game record of around 227, because Boris averaged 116
100.
and Mike had a 110. No such stats in this game.
96.
Boris averaging around 90, 92, 93. Mike a little higher at 95. But this game is very
59.
finely poised as Boris leaves himself a 140 plus checkout again.
$69, $89.
Too often he's having to rely on those last start recoveries. That treble 18 might be key to give himself a shot to draw level. A shot he will receive now.
94.
Tops it is with 2.
46.
Misses both. Warburton breathes again. And he takes himself a moment. The right thing to do here, because if he can convert this 60, he will again be 2 legs in front.
Oh, 20.
He's unable to, and that was a golden chance.
81.
chance which is gone. Boris gets the double that matches his curtains. Is this the
100.
point where Koltsov puts his foot down? Because he has regained the throw in this match and the advantage.
$100.
We've been playing Icons of Darts Live League now for 4 months. And
97.
we have currently got we've got 3 players who have won 100 games or more.
55.
Martin Adams, Dave Evans, and Andy Jenkins have more than 100 wins.
85.
But we have another player who can get to 100 game wins in the next one. That's Scott Mitchell.
$140.
Another tight leg here in leg number 5.
59.
Boris is playing very quick today. He just can't wait to get those darts out of his hand. It's like they're too hot or something.
100.
Tremendous last shot there from Warby.
100.
You see that first dart was perfect for Boris. And he's livid about the fact he didn't get a shot at tops for the 160 out. If Warby takes this, it'll be a re-break.
Oh,
And he's missed.
86.
Tops has not been his friend the last couple of legs. He could be in the distance right now. That is for sure. Boris needs tops.
40.
He decides not to shuffle back to the middle of the oche when he did so for tops. And he should be punished.
Game 2.
Is. This is a workmanlike game. And it could be very important. Boris Koltsov's next game is against Andy Jenkins in 2 games' time. He will feel better about his chances of beating Tuesday's undefeated
100.
champion if he can somehow get another 2 points here. But he seems to be letting it slip. He's done well to come back from 2-0 down.
134.
And then when he has the opportunity to take the lead, he stutters.
123.
100.
Nice little squeeze of that third dart in between the other 2 to leave that 127.
123.
Oh, and for the second visit in a row, he gets a treble 1 on the end of 2 treble 20s. Treble 19 would have left the bull for 4-2.
59.
Can Boris scare this 155?
93.
These are the exchanges I really like in this best of 9 format that we'll have all day. It's leg 6, and this is huge at double 16.
36.
As he misses that, Boris comes back and takes the 62. We have a level game at 3-all, but it could have easily been 4-2 to Warby. 44 remain. Tops.
In 3.
Wonderful shot.
Good shot.
Gee, mate.
He took his time on which double he wanted to leave there. I think he wanted a different target, hence going for treble 18 on 62. That would, of course, have left double
57.
4 but after hitting the single, he wasn't sure what he fancied. Decided to leave tops, took it, and it is 3-all. Every game very close today.
60.
That is, of course, very good news for the likes of Mitchell,
180.
Jenkins and Webster, who will join us soon, because they don't want anybody to go into the distance.
140.
Both players finding big visits with visit 2 of the leg for themselves. But Boris is putting his foot down.
100.
What is it about these guys playing each other that makes it so watchable? They just seem to complement each other.
60.
46.
Just a little bit of negativity there from the Viking. And if Mike heard that,
Oh, come on. 26.
he would have heard an opportunity, but the opportunity has not been taken. That leaves 64. 888.
16 left.
Creative way to go for 118. I don't mind him doing that when Warby's not on a finish. But if he was,
47.
that was getting a bit risky. He's got plenty of time to take the lead,
1.
and he does. Boris is one fortunate cat today. He has dodged missed darts at double and match-winning darts from Keelan Kay in game 1. And he's not playing his best at all in this one, but he is doing well enough. Averaging 89. And we know that Boris has got plenty more in the tank.
95.
We've seen him average over 100 more than most in the last few months. Does, of course, still hold that record of the best average of 116.28.
140.
On this form, I don't think he's going to trouble that, but you just never know.
100.
Pressure is firmly on the Welshman now.
$140.
58.
Boris needed that 57. And then the 60 to leave a finish gets neither. And it's Warburton's turn to have a little bit of breathing space. Great second dart. 81 remain.
95.
And Boris pressurize with a big shot here.
52.
He can't. Warburton can pick his spot. Lots of choices here. Treble 10 probably gets that.
Give me 2.
And takes the 66 with ease.
All the best.
All the best, pal.
Said he had lots of
Good luck,
time
mate.
to take care of it. Well, that was cutthroat.
97.
Loves a 97 today, Koltsov. Earlier in the day, he had a leg where he had 4 97s in a row.
140.
Get the feeling that that might not be enough in this leg.
139.
So he decides to up the ante and answers Mike Warburton's 140 with a 139.
$100.
This has been a very tight, edgy game. Biggest gap we've had in this contest was
100.
2-0 to Warby. But since then, Koltsov's come back into it, taking the lead. It's been equalised twice.
100.
Warburton's the one under pressure here because if he loses this match, the likelihood is he won't win today.
133.
Colsoff's 133 there is absolutely spot on. And he forces Warburton to take the 161 out. Otherwise, it could be contest over.
57.
Nobody has had a match dart until now.
In one.
And it's the only one that is needed.
Cheers, mate.
It's the last leg that is from Koltsov to keep his perfect record for the day. He's the man to catch, but Scott Mitchell will join us to try and get his 100th win in the next one as Keelan Kay plays his third game of the day. We'll be right back. Straight back into the action then after that short interval. And it's time to welcome Scott Mitchell into today's fold. Sporting the England Rose today. Excellent idea on a very, very pleasant day here in England.
Outside.
Mitchell is going to
All
start
the
this
best.
one. And Mitchell is on the verge of win number 100 in the time he's been playing Icons of Darts Live League.
100.
A win in any game today, which is by no means assured, of course, because a couple of days ago he
57.
lost all 5. And that will get him to the century mark. He will then join Martin Adams, Dave Evans, and Andy Jenkins on that mark. But in a strange twist, I have been informed by my statistician, Steve Morgan, that Scott Mitchell is the only person to have
44.
lost 100 games as well. You get the feeling that Mitchell, with the amount of pride he has, that today is going to be one of those days where he draws the line in the sand and said, I'm not going to have a day like
59.
Tuesday. I don't like losing every game. That's not me. It's time to get those big headphones on and go to work. Well, so far, Keelan Kay has struggled to get into this match. Scott with no such trouble.
58.
Very steady to get to 62 after 12 darts. Double 16 the leave. Just on the inside. But we'll have plenty of time to negotiate that 16.
59.
With Keelan not able to get anything above 60 in this first leg. Big surprise. As Mitchell takes the first leg in a steady 17 darter, but Keelan will have to improve very quickly.
93.
That's better. Winning averages today from Koltsov in game 1, 87. Keelan in his game against Mike Warburton with a 93, best of the day so far. 91 for Koltsov in that 5-4 win against Warby, but Mitchell
140.
seems to be keyed in early part of today already. Looks focused, looks ready.
140.
That's better from Keelan. 2 consecutive 140s to leave 128. And to quote Fallon Sherrick, who I was talking to last week, if Keelan Kay hits his doubles, you're toast.
$88.
Just goes to show the reputation that young man has with his scoring ability. He's done a great job of leaving tops after 12 in this one. However, it's bull. And Mitchell just shaves the wire to deny Kay a shot at tops for the second leg. Keelan breathes again.
Game in 3.
And he swims to double 5. A great shot for the second time today. He has taken double 5 on dart 3 of the visit. On both occasions, he was under pressure to do so.
99.
Tell by the reaction of Mitchell in that 161
93.
that he really, really wants it today. Needs to reverse a defeat to Keelan from Tuesday, where he lost 5 legs to 2. And he is, of course, chasing Boris Koltsov, who has won his first 2 games of the day and will battle Andy Jenkins next.
140.
This is where I think the evolution of the game begins, because with Mitchell on 3-4-2, every player should know that you cannot leave a finish from 3-4-2. But if you had 3-4-1, 3-40, or 3-4-4, you can if you get a maximum. So I think the next generation of players like Keelan Kay, like Jared Cole, like John Brown, all players who have featured in the Icons of Darts Live League, they all know this.
60.
They're trying to think of a finish in the mid-300s now.
$44.
Well, Keelan has failed to leave a finish from 210 by missing that 25 or the bull.
58.
Scott has got away with it so far. 15 darts thrown and no shot of over 100.
96.
But now Keelan puts his foot down and has the more realistic chance of taking the lead after the 3rd leg. But Mitchell is looking at the 164. Doesn't get a shot at the bullseye this time. Does get the next best thing though.
32.
Another one of those will be fine for tops.
Game in 3.
And Keelan Kay takes the lead with a break of throw. And Mitchell is in trouble. And somewhat perplexingly, Keelan's average is 12 less than that of Scott.
96.
Trust me, folks, he does not care one jot about that.
$140.
When you've had that day of losing every game, like Scott did on Tuesday,
137.
he knows that it's going to be very, very difficult for him to get that first win. He's going to have to work very, very hard. He's doing a great job so far. Hasn't done a great deal wrong.
134.
Maybe just took his foot off the gas on the scoring stakes. A couple of occasions in this match so far, but that's about it. He has rediscovered it though. With vigour.
140.
Ah, 39.
Keelan slips into that 5 too many times. And Mitchell, via 3 very, very tightly compacted 140s, will get 2 at 12s to equalise.
Game in 3.
Gets it at 6s.
Good shot.
And that is another example of how in a level game you can have 2 very different averages. I said it was a difference of 12 after 3. Well, after 4, the difference is 15. 84 for Keelan, 99 for Scott. He's definitely having a love affair with the 140s at the minute. He's not failing to get them.
58.
I said he was going to have to work very hard to get the first win of the week. He's making it look very easy now.
140.
As he gets a 5th 140 in 1.5 legs.
140.
100.
Doesn't get 140, number 6. He was trying to mimic the last leg. It's not often you see 2 legs back
133.
to back that are exactly the same. I've only seen that maybe 2 or 3 times in my career. But Mitchell will look at the 51 here. By missing it,
57.
Kay has the outside chance at the 170 to take the lead once more.
$58.
Now it's got to be 17 tops. Just checking. He's got the single 7, which he has. But it's tops, and he loves tops.
24.
He won't love it if Keelan hits it. He hasn't got a shot at it.
24 left.
And this is the position you do not want to find yourself in.
88.
Scott Mitchell with the darts in hand, 3 of them at his favourite double.
71.
Because that's what happens. Got to admire Scott Mitchell for the nature of his play in the last 2 or 3 legs.
139.
Because Keelan Kay was getting away with the odd bad visit, still playing well himself, but you could have accused Scott Mitchell of saying, I just can't get a win this week. I can't seem to do anything the easy way. But he has plodded along, done his job, and has got the lead after 5.
95.
Does have a plethora of different dart shirts, Scott Mitchell. He's worn England shirts, county shirts, his usual pink and black shirt that he wears at tournaments.
60.
I wonder what shirt Andy Jenkins is going to wear today. It's a very hot day in England, so
140.
I can't imagine he's going to wear one of his old glossy shirts, which are very thick material.
96.
Keelan Kay's first tour double, this time probably with that 122 lead.
88.
I just don't know. Will be there as he goes for tops.
Oh, 91.
Just seems to walk on that 3rd dart a little early. Very much like Michael Smith does sometimes. He gets the revisit. But every single game today has been too close to call at this stage. Maybe apart from the first game, where Keelan Kay came down, or came back from 4-1,
Ah,
only to lose that first match 5 legs to 4, but
16.
that's the one thing he could not do there. And give Scott Mitchell a chance at 85 to be 4-2 ahead. He's decided to back himself with 1 dart at tops.
45.
Just get the feeling that maybe that 2nd dart was in the way. And Keelan is a lucky boy to be coming back for this double 2. Madhouse.
2 scored.
Too many Keemus doubles today. And I said it once and I'll say it again. Don't leave Mitchell on tops for 3 darts.
81.
Does exactly the same as last time. Right in the middle with dart 1. There's no mistaking which country that man has captained with that shirt today. You do wonder if some of the other internationals in today's field still have their representative shirts. I wonder if Andy Jenkins has got any of his England
84.
shirts. We know that Keelan has because it's on the wall in a frame. Does Mark Webster have some of his shirts? I've actually got one of Mark Webster's World Cup shirts from the PDC World Cup.
45.
100.
123.
Great visit from Mitchell to get himself on level terms pretty much with Keelan in this leg. A leg that if he wins it, he wins the match and gets 2 points.
47.
First 2 points of the week. And Mitchell is making less mistakes in this match than Keelan Kay.
100.
That has been the story. There's only so much time you can bridge the gap of the
45.
averages. Still 11 between them. But the longer the match goes on, if you keep it the same standard, it's only a matter of time before the higher average wins.
140.
And Mitchell has had enough. He wants his first win, and he wants that 100th win in Icons action from the last 4 months.
55.
Just think about that for a second. 100 matches won. He will get a match dart. A double 16.
51.
You wonder if he will get another. Keelan Kay will have to find something quite remarkable. Oh, and just when you think you can't get any
39.
more bad luck, he gets a bounce out. And that should be the writing on the wall as Mitchell goes for 8s and converts to get his first win of the week, but his 100th in Icons of Darts Live League. Congratulations to Scott, who can now lift his darts in the air just like a batsman would with his bat. But Scott Mitchell will want to win today. It's not just that one win he wants all 5. But Andy Jenkins did win all 5 on Tuesday. Can he start today with another and his 6th of the week when he comes in a moment? Andy Jenkins is back, and he's back for more points to try and add to his perfect tally of the week.
All the best, Boris.
All the best, Jenks.
Andy Jenkins is already part of the 100 club, the 100 game winning club,
25.
which Scott Mitchell has just joined. So the 100 club has now got 4 players. So Jenkins, Mitchell, Evans and Wolfie.
Outside.
Boris isn't too far off that club, but he may have to get a
25.
move on this
All
week
the best, Andy.
if he wants to join
And
us.
you might.
On that note, Andy Jenkins will start this match and will crave something very similar to
140.
what he did on Tuesday, which was mightily impressive.
59.
When you have that perfect day, which some of us are lucky enough to have had, I can say
45.
from experience, it does make you feel very, very good indeed. But when you get the 10 points with
60.
a
100,
mammoth
sorry.
amount of legs in the bank as well,
Yeah.
in the leg difference, it'll make you feel even better. There have been some great individual performances
24.
over the course of a day from certain players.
That's all the word.
But as the players share a little bit of a giggle,
99.
nobody was giggling at Jenks on Tuesday when he got plus 15. I think only Martin Adams is
140.
better at that. He once had a day where he played 5 matches and was plus 17.
140.
Jenkins gets first crack at a finish.
100.
Boris only needs 1 treble for this one. There's the treble.
16 left.
Just misses the out. Missed single. It won't matter if he does get the 32. I just
20.
get the feeling that one really took him out of his rhythm. He only just got the single 19. What angle is Boris looking at that from? That first start must have wavered to the right to cover the bed. And Andy can consider himself
Same shot. Thanks.
very, very fortunate to have won that first leg. Very much like a
60.
league-winning football team. When you haven't been beaten yet this week, sometimes you get a little bit of a rub of the green as well.
100.
$98.
Well, it's Boris who is perfect today so far. 2 wins from 2.
60.
But if you were just looking at the stat sheet for both of those games,
60.
you would think maybe that Boris was just too good in the last leg in both encounters, where he won 5 legs to 4 in both.
77.
But those games were just a little strange. It's conceivable that
100.
Koltsov could have lost them both, but you have to give him a lot of credit for the way he finished Mike Warburton off.
100.
13 darter in the last leg. It's that one leg that should give him confidence.
133.
Confident 133 to leave 50 points to equalise. And he
128.
has to hit it.
Oh, 34.
On the doubles on the bottom left of the board have been allergic to his points so far in this one, as Jenkins looks for 2-0.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, and he threw it too aggressively.
High score.
He probably thought all I have to do is glance off that flight, but the dart was too good.
In 2. Thanks.
And Koltsov gets away with it.
Pay one back.
I mentioned earlier about Boris Koltsov
137.
looking forward to the challenge tour returning. I'm sure Andy Jenkins is the same.
139.
That is going to be a very, very competitive weekend in Barnsley.
100.
And of course, taking us all the way back to the beginning of the Icons of Darts Live League, there were questions as to
134.
why certain players were playing in it. And that's because players who are on tour
100.
are bound by PDC contracts and they're not allowed to play in a streamed event outside of the PDC.
94.
So players in the Icons do not have tour cards.
60.
That doesn't mean that they can't play in PDC events, of course, like Scott Mitchell, who is at the top of the Challenge Tour standings and got an invite to the
58.
Summer Series. You wonder if he's going to get an invite to the Autumn Series, which has been announced, which will take place in Germany in the middle of September.
80.
And Jenkins losing his cool with the proximity of some of the darts to double.
In 2.
And Boris Koltsov is making him feel even worse.
Uh, 94.
60.
One of the reasons why Andy wears that bold shade of blue is because he's a very, very avid Portsmouth fan.
140.
60.
Very up and down last 20 years for Portsmouth Football Club, but that doesn't detract from his passion for his club. But right now, it's all about the trouble that he's in this match, because Boris has put his foot down. Double top.
In 3.
And has found a 12 to get to 3-1 up. He's been the tiniest bit fortunate at times today, Boris, but there have been times where he has been untouchable.
119.
I think it's fair to say that Boris Koltsov is an infuriating talent.
180.
I think Andy is in the same sort of mindset right now as someone who's just 3-putted a green and wants to go to the next tee and hammer the next tee shot. He's playing on adrenaline
59.
and a little bit of anger. And so far it's working.
58.
But for how long? Well, 15 off 122 leaves 107.
54.
He hasn't taken enough of that. He knows it.
56.
Well, that's not enough either, though. And Jenkins should surely get close to double 16 here.
36.
If Boris takes this 1-2-8, there'll be game set and not quite the match.
Tops left.
Andy's favourite double on the board is double 16.
Okay, last start.
Oh, it's a really good dart. See how it moved dart 2 out of the way. And as he had trouble with double 18 earlier,
96.
he doesn't have the same trouble on the other side of the board.
100.
one of the reasons why Jenkins had such a healthy leg difference on Tuesday is because most of the matches weren't close. His first match of the day against Mark Webster
95.
was 5 legs to 4.
$97.
He beat Scott Mitchell 5 legs to 0.
Jenks. 40.
But his game with Koltsov was also 5 legs to 4. So maybe
98.
these two are very evenly matched. Got to go south.
99.
Good awareness from Andy Jenkins there. Because if he'd have stayed on the ton there, left 166, he would have been cursing himself.
98.
100.
We've been in this position with lots of games today where it's 3-2 and both players on 2 darters.
In 3.
But we are no longer at 3-2. We're at 4-2. That is a huge shot from Boris Koltsov. He will now have 3 chances to put Andy Jenkins away.
97.
Keep his perfect record for Thursday intact.
60.
Just remember, Boris was 4-1 up on Keelan K earlier. K brought it back to 4-4 with excellent stuff.
180.
Maybe Boris is going to use the experience of that
140.
to try and get this job done a little bit sooner. Because Keelan K should have beaten him in that last leg.
81.
He's having a right old chunter to himself as he throws there, Boris. But Jenkins is starting to pick up the pace.
92.
This is what Andy does when he gets comfortable. Or if he needs to change something up, he will
60.
start to play faster.
Oh, Jenks. 24.
Another miss at 16s and 8s. And Boris has his first chance to finish this contest. 60 for tops.
60.
Jenkins is still in the match. This has to go.
Yeah. No score.
Unbelievably, he has hit double 15 going for double 2. And that could be that.
Come on, 40.
And Koltsov has missed 2 match darts. Edgy stuff at the end of the 7th leg.
There you go. 1 dart.
And Andy is counting his blessings that he hit double 15 in the previous visit now because he went back to double 4 as opposed to something smaller. And he's now back within 1. The fact that Boris could have finished that match off having 6 darts at 120.
97.
What will that do for his confidence?
140.
Well, it hasn't dented his scoring too much.
100.
England versus Russia in this one, of course. The next game will be Wales against Wales. Webster and Warby.
96.
It's all the W's in the next one, but who gets the W? Webster of Wales, Warby of Wales for a W.
137.
Great switch from Jenkins there to leave the finish of 167.
140.
He might have to hit it. That 140 from Boris was huge.
135.
But we know from the last leg that these shots are not guaranteed. Tops with 2.
In 3.
And he's found
Oh,
it.
you
Match start
jammy
hits, and
git.
Boris Koltsov keeps a perfect record and inflicts Andy's first defeat of the week. So Koltsov is the man to catch. When Webster comes into play Warburton next, can he be the one to start some sort of revival for the rest of the field? You'll have to stay here to find out.
Can you hear there?
Welcome back.
3 more, yeah?
And it is match number 6 of the day. And it's an all Welsh encounter. And with an all Welsh encounter, you would expect to see some red. And it is a big welcome to
All the best, Mark.
Webby, who plays his first game of the day right here.
25.
These guys are not far from each other at all. Just a few miles. Know each other very, very well.
Outside.
Well, that's what we have.
Webster takes the bull.
All the best, mate. Have a good game.
And whoever wins this one will get their first 2 points of the day. As Warby has not got himself a point from his first 2 encounters. Losing 5-3 to Keelan K and 5-4 to Boris Koltsov.
140.
I'm not one of those commentators who will crack loads of Welsh gags because it's an all Welsh encounter. We'll keep it nice and tidy. A strange twist of fate. The last 3 matches of today's league have been won with 91 averages.
140.
Best winning average of the day goes to Keelan K in his solitary win over Mike with a 93. Mike has started with a purpose in this one.
60.
This will be Mark's last competitive day of the week.
100.
After a second place finish behind Andy Jenkins on Tuesday, he will play today and will not be able to play on Saturday as he has alternative arrangements. It has to be said, during the World Match Play where Mark was an analyst and a commentator,
90.
he did a remarkable job, in my opinion. Someone who really has
58.
come of age with his media skills in the last 2 or 3 years. He's a fabulous example of a pundit within our game now. As Warby goes for tops.
31.
Webby will hope to be going for tops, but hasn't found his range on the first dart yet.
100.
Second crack at tops is successful, and that is picture perfect. Look at that. Right in the middle, just under the top wire. You couldn't ask for much more. I was fortunate enough to go to Mark Webster's wedding in North Wales. Stayed in the fabulous town of Llandudno.
57.
Shared that experience with the likes of James Hubbard, Colin Lloyd. It was a fabulous, fabulous day.
Oh, come on. 40.
And it just proved to me the pride and the party spirit that comes with being from Wales. Every single person had a blast.
$60.
Interesting to see what Wales do in the PDC World Cup in November in Graz, where they will be represented by Gerwin Price and Johnny Clayton. It should be a good team because they have both been to a European Tour final in that very venue.
140.
Because they played each other in that final. Is that a sign that it could be Wales's year?
138.
Webster does the right thing on his last start there to leave the finish, but for the second leg in a row, he is behind with Warburton getting the first crack at it.
97.
Nice leave. Last time Webster was forced to get a 160, this time a 167.
57.
And Warburton is just looking too strong early in this one.
Oh, come on, no score.
But he's not able to get double 12. And this is a very good chance. Oh, it's a really interesting play, that one. With the blocked 60. I was pretty sure he was going to go bull or 54. Double 6.
Give me 3.
Oh, and a lovely little caress of that second dart. Gets him to 2-0 up.
$71.
$99.
$140.
$100.
$96.
$140.
$58.
He may have just got away with it.
$100.
Looking to lead
96.
tops. And does. But Warburton is finding himself in good positions in this match. Double 16 for 3-0.
Give me 3.
And he's found it. A nice tidy 62 out. And in the first 3 legs, Webster has been forced to take 160, 167 and 136 just to get his first leg of the contest. And that's testament to Mike Warburton.
100.
$124.
When you talk about Welsh darts, you of course go back to the first ever world champion, Leighton Rees. And everybody since then, likes of Alan Evans, Kerry Morgan, Richie Burnett,
121.
Martin Phillips. The majority of those guys are from South Wales. But
57.
it shouldn't be forgotten that Wales is quite a large country. Both of these guys are from the north of the country, which I think is a
140.
great place to live if you're into sport, because you're not that far from Manchester, you're not that far from Liverpool.
85.
Mark's probably in a very good mood today, being a Manchester United fan, because they've just got rid of Alexis Sanchez, so their wage bill's gone down by a lot of money per week.
100.
But Mark is in genuine trouble in this match, because again,
105.
he is behind after 12 and waiting for Mike to miss.
Oh, 20.
This time he does, but very much like the first 3 legs, it's a ton plus out that he needs to get the leg win. This time he gets the shot of the double
80.
and doesn't manage to get tops.
Game in 1.
Warburton takes advantage and is now 4-0 up. based on what's happened today so far and
99.
the way that Mark played on Tuesday, I'd have to say this is a bit of an upset so far. But I've got to give Warby a lot of credit. He's played some very efficient stuff at times, averaging only
100.
88. But when given the opportunity, he's not making a lot of mistakes.
85.
And if Mark was to lose 5-0 here, that would firmly put him on the back foot for today.
100.
This is better.
90.
Much better. And for the first time in this match, Webster gets to a finish first.
Oh, 36.
And he's got time as well.
97.
He was realistically thinking just 97, leave tops and get it. That's how a dart player thinks in this spot. Get where you need to leave the double, then take it. You don't panic. You don't have to take the 137. You don't have to be perfect. And he doesn't have to be perfect here. But he is anyway. No bagels today. 5-4 for Koltsov over K. There's been a
180.
couple of 5-3s, another 5-4 and a 5-2. But Warburton has sprinted off the line in leg number 6.
96.
He's not missing.
140.
He's only missed one shot at treble in this leg. 5 60s and a single 20. And it's a good job he has, because Webster's lifted his scoring prowess a little bit. Just having a bit of a
60.
think there. Maybe he was just taken out of his rhythm. $60 needed.
70.
Could have got the bullseye, of course, to leave 170 there. Treble 17 would have left the bull.
57.
After starting 180, 140, he's just stuttered a little bit here. And Webster can approach. Might go bull again.
105.
Correct play. But this is Warburton's first chance to close the match out. Double 16.
Give him 3.
And he hasn't hesitated. One match dart is all he required. That's the same as Boris Koltsov when he beat Andy Jenkins. Just one match dart required. So that's a really good win for him. But a poor start there for Mark. He's going to have to rebound in his next match against Boris Koltsov just after the lunch break. But the game that will take us up to that lunch break is Keelan Kay and Andy Jenkins. And they're going to be starting at 1 o'clock on the dot British time very, very shortly. Last game before the short lunch interval, and Keelan K will try to get within 2 points of Boris Koltsov in his 4th game of the day. He's up against Andy Jenkins, who has lost his undefeated streak this week.
25.
25.
Needs to get back on that winning train really quickly if he's going to catch Koltsov.
25.
25.
They're having a 25 off here.
Bullseye.
Not anymore.
Bullseye.
They're having a bull off now. This is where you dig your heels in and say, I do not want to relinquish this.
Bullseye.
And Andy's doing a fine job.
Outside.
All best, mate.
There you
All the
have
best.
Andy Jenkins showing the experience that he has of 30 years plus of top line stuff. Keelan hits the
58.
ball and refuses to let Keelan K have the start in this one, which could be key
84.
considering some of the situations Keelan has been in today.
100.
Keelan has played well today at times. He has the best winning average of the day of 93 in that solitary win against Mike Warburton.
47.
Maybe a portion of his brain
83.
still ruining the fact that he lost to Koltsov. And in the words of Andy Jenkins, he's still mystified as to how
96.
Koltsov has got to 6 points, because he has been a touch fortunate today at times, but at other times he has been very good.
40.
You get the feeling that Andy's going to get in on the act with Keelan in this game. Might be in the mood for a fast encounter.
180.
Well, that one changes the legs somewhat, but only if Andy misses this 120.
80.
Misses tops. Where does Keelan go for the 94? Oh, that's unfortunate. Has to go for the 54 now.
54.
And that would have been a masterful conversion after that bullseye bounce out. Double 10.
Game shot. Freed up.
Oh, and he gets it. Andy misses that shot. And you might have seen some sort of action on that wall, which brushes his right shoulder now and again.
135.
59.
Boris Koltsov has 2 games remaining. First one against Mark Webster at 1:40 British time. That is, of course, 3:40 Russian time. And his final game of the day will be against Scott Mitchell at 2:55
40.
British time. But if he wins both of those, he will be today's champion. But if he loses one of them,
180.
or both, then people are invited in.
85.
Kay has responded very well in this leg, leaving the 127 in game.
55.
A very famous number, once called by Paul Hinks, which made Phil Taylor and Michael Van Gerwen almost chuckle with mystery. Well, 72.
52.
That's very much a Michael Van Gerwen shot. That's what he hit to get his first world title. 2 16s and tops, but Keelan can't get there.
35.
But is afforded plenty of time, as Andy seems to have struggled in leg 2 here.
Game in 2.
Fabulous use of that second dart from Keelan. Draws level at 1 leg all.
84.
A lot of the players will be hoping that Mark Webster gets the result in
80.
Boris's next game. Of course, the best that Keelan can do is 6 points now via the 2 defeats he's already had. So in every likelihood, he is out of today's race.
57.
But we have seen last week
99.
2 days go down to the wire where 6 points was enough to win the title with a superior leg difference or head-to-head record. So if you're in Keelan's position,
81.
you have to keep going. You have to keep believing.
100.
And he might have lost his scoring compass
96.
in leg number 2, but he has repaired it in leg 3. As he leaves tops after 14.
58.
It doesn't really scare tops with the 15th dart. Somewhat cagey effort, maybe in the knowledge that he knew he was coming back.
100.
Double 5.
No score.
And he's offered Keelan Kay the chance to take the lead here, somewhat unexpectedly. $20 for bull.
62.
Not a bad try. But Andy has dodged one bullet. And now it's double 4.
Okay.
Well, that's one way to get it. Cross the little hurdle that is the number 13 and go to the north to double 4. And somewhat fortunately is now 2-1 ahead, the man from Portsmouth.
93.
I mentioned in his first game that he's an avid Portsmouth fan. He was just saying off the air about how he doesn't understand
180.
people supporting football teams from different areas of the world or different areas of the country that they live in. He is from Portsmouth. He supports Portsmouth.
140.
I'm with Andy on this one. I have an entire family who support Manchester United, and we're not from Manchester.
42.
But Keelan Kay has been incredible in this leg,
81.
but has left 7 after 12. He's going to get the revisit, but the last thing he wanted to do from that 88 was to leave 7. It's up to him to convert the double 2,
Game 2.
and does so very efficiently. Great leg to once again equalise at 2 legs all.
$78.
There are certain players, when you go to
134.
big darts tournaments, certain players that walk through the door and you know who it is. Andy is one of those characters. When he walks into the room, you just know he's there. He has a presence.
58.
And that kind of reputation comes with experience and
100.
an imposing nature. Or what you may think you know about Andy Jenkins.
80.
You can make up your own mind, but
140.
he's a puppy dog at heart. But when he's on the dartboard, he is a devil. He expects.
54.
And when he doesn't get it, he shows his anguish. Right now, he wants 104.
68 left. I think. So,
And he's not safe in this leg yet.
55.
He might be in a little bit of bother now. 16 for double. Oh, he's missed the 16 and the 8. He's missed the big wedge in the bottom left. And now K, after that 1-3-5, will get 3 for tops to get the lead.
Game in 2.
Takes it on 10s. And Andy will be ruining that mistake. We will never know if he would have hit double 16 had he got the single. And Keelan has that valuable break in the bank now.
1-3-5.
He looks a very different player for me from, say, 2 months ago when he first started
Right,
playing Icons League. And I see a player growing in
180.
confidence, which is bad news for the development tour. Well, bad news for some of the players, of course. It's actually good news for the development tour. This leg here has been
100.
very short and very destructive from Keelan. As soon as he's taken the lead, it's like he's hit the turbocharge.
37.
Double 16. Got to go over the top of that one.
54.
Oh, not quite. Andy is in all
28.
sorts of bother in this match now. We'll have to win 3 legs straight if this goes in.
Game in 3.
Finds double 8 for what could have been an 11, but turns out to be a nice steady 15. Maintains a 92 average, which is far superior to that of Andy's.
$97.
And Keelan K has been good on the switches today. His treble 19 shooting has been very proficient.
115.
But his 60 shooting hasn't been bad either. He is gradually erasing those pulls into the treble 5 and the single 5 one by one. Has still been hitting it today, but less so.
59.
$91.
Nice leave on a 1-3-6 for Jenks. But K
180.
is charging, and that maximum gives him a possible route to the finish,
96.
because he will get his first chance to close this out. One match dart
Game shot in 3.
is all he needs. What a sprint to the end from Keelan K. We had an even game after 4, and then Keelan K goes not so much bananas, but he went so much better in the final 3, and that's a great performance from the young man from Cornwall. We're going to take a short break now, and it's going to be Mark Webster and Boris Koltsov to bring us back. That's going to be at 1:40 British time, so we'll see you then. Welcome back to today's live league with Motorsports, and thank you very much for joining us. However, you have chosen to join us today, whether it be through dartshop.tv on the Motorsports website, whether it's on the Modus Sports YouTube page, your favoured betting site, or via the Online Darts TV YouTube page.
139.
Today has pretty much all been about what Boris Koltsov has done. And up to this point, he is the man with the most points. And he would admit that he has been a little bit
59.
fortunate to get some of those points, but he has put himself in position to get them as well. 3 wins from 3. If he gets a 4th, he puts everybody in a really precarious
59.
situation. All of the people who can still catch him, of course. One that can't is Keelan Kay,
96.
who has played 4 of his 5 games and has won half of them. Mike Warburton has played 3
60.
and won 1. So a win here for Koltsov, and he is taking Kay and Warburton out of the equation. Boris is firmly focusing on Mark Webster right now,
100.
who has started excellently in this game and playing fast
Game 2.
and well. 14 dart at the start, and that is a break of throw to the joy of the chasing pack, of which Mark is one of them, of course.
60.
Even though Mark lost his first game 5 legs to 1 to Mike Warburton,
100.
he will still know that this league is in his hands if he was to win his remaining games.
140.
Still have a fabulous chance, because one of those wins would be against this man here.
140.
Koltsov still has a game to go against Scott Mitchell as well, who won his 1 game of the day so far.
94.
And Mitchell will join us in the next one against Warby of Wales.
$140.
This has been a very good game so far. Littered with 140s. 25 scored. Leaves 185. So probably look at the 25 and bull. And gets the centre, which leaves the much easier out. However,
96.
Boris misses the bull for that 1-2-1, which would have been for a 12 and a break back. And he will come back to the board with Mark on 40. But he has single 9 and double 8 to equalise. Double 4
3.
finds that lovely northeast corner on double 4 and breaks straight back. That's the way it's gone for Boris today. He has played well,
39.
but he has been somewhat fortunate to find himself in good positions most of the time.
60.
Not so fortunate with that second dart in that previous visit.
180.
But he responds in perfect fashion.
40.
This is turning into a bit of a dust-up. Both players really hunting that treble 20.
140.
And again, it's been a picture of consistency this morning and early afternoon. If you look at the winning averages,
57.
first winning average of the day for Boris was 87. But then after that, for the next 6 games, it was only
84.
91 and 93. So 93, 91, 91, 91, 91, and 93 winning averages. So the consistency of the
92.
play this morning has been very much that, as Koltsov goes for tops.
48.
Gives Mark a chance of the 152 then. Oh, and he's just left himself on that double, maybe a little late.
5 score.
Maybe not. Definitely not. Webster takes the lead again with the third consecutive break of throw in this one. And this time he takes advantage of a slip from his opponent.
180.
Mark, throughout the course of the first 2 months playing Icons of Darts Live League, struggled
80.
with his action a little bit. It just looked a bit forced. But over the course of the last 6 weeks, that action has looked maybe as good as it has ever looked. Much hard work has gone into it. And if Mark doesn't go to
58.
qualifying school in January, I'll be flabbergasted, because he is playing proper darts again for me.
100.
Proper darts in this leg, to the joy of the chasing pack.
40.
As Boris gets another deflection off his flights. Webster lays up
41.
for tops. Only 12 darts thrown in this one.
180.
And a blind 180 from Boris Koltsov. You don't see that very often, but it means nothing as Webster takes tops with no hesitation.
41.
I think Boris hit that shot knowing that Webby was going to hit tops, and he was right. Averaging over 102 here, Webster.
40.
And looking very, very accomplished. Didn't
57.
get too flustered or too angry with himself, losing 5-1 to Warburton earlier. He understood that he didn't play too poorly, averaging 90. Just didn't take advantage of his positions that he gave himself, and Warburton was good. Looking to leave the 170 or better.
92.
170 it is. Koltsov is butchering that 60 now.
99.
Needs to leave something doable.
40.
Does the right thing going back to the 20s, I feel. But it's Boris with 124.
56.
And if Mark was to take this 130, this would be a nail in the coffin. Great guide for the 60. For the bull. Marvellous. You tell me he's not playing proper darts, folks, because that was proper darts. 130 out for 4-1, and he is beating today's undefeated player from the start of play, 4 legs to 1,
100.
and looking all measure of the accomplished world champion that he is.
60.
Koltsov not able to live with the 101 average of Webster in this one, as his average hovers around what he's been doing today in the late 80s, early 90s.
60.
140.
Game ain't over yet, though. Even though Webster is adrift by 40 here, he still has the darts somewhat.
96.
180.
Well, what a 180 that is. Look at the skill of getting those darts so close together.
96.
He gets the 60, he will go 11 bull. Bullseye.
90.
And Webster has 149 for the match. Possible. Still possible. Oh, Webster misses the 149 to finish the match right there. And Boris will still have a thumping heart. And 2 misses, and he thinks this game is over, and I have to agree with him. Webster shouldn't miss this. Double 12.
8.
Just a bit forceful on that third match dart. Double 2.
6.
Koltsov misses. And this could be a huge result for the chasing pack and a huge one for Webster. Double 6. Finds it. Webster gets a massive win over Koltsov and brings everybody else back in from the chasing pack. That was the best performance of the day by some way. And you have to marvel at what a way that is to rebound after losing 5 legs to 1 earlier. So, as Mike Warburton returns, he takes on Scott Mitchell, who hasn't been defeated today as of yet. But it's only his second match, so to find out what happens in that one, he'll have to join us very, very shortly. now that we are firmly into the afternoon session and Boris Koltsov has been pegged back for the first time today, it's time for the other players to try and get closer. Neither of these players can equalize the 6 points of Koltsov in this one.
Oh, outside.
But with Warburton having 2 matches to go and Mitchell 4, they can get closer and possibly usurp the Russian at some point this afternoon. So, can Scott Mitchell keep playing the way he did against Keelan Kay earlier, which for me was very accomplished? A 91 average in his first win of the week, not just the day, and his 100th win overall in Icons of Darts Live League action.
60.
Who's to say that Mitchell, the only undefeated player of the day left, who's to say he can't go all the way and get the 10 points from here? He's got a busy afternoon ahead. This game, then he will play Boris Koltsov next in a very pivotal game to see whether Koltsov finishes on 6 or 8 points, and then he will finish with back-to-back matches against Mark Webster and Andy Jenkins. And he has started this match in the same sort of vein that he did against Keelan Kay, with a lot of 3-figure scores.
180.
Mitchell doing enough to leave a double after 12, and that maximum from Warby last time out might be in vain.
99.
Bottom left corner then, up to the top right corner, down to the bottom right corner, and gets it in 3. Nice start from Scott Mitchell, and keeps the momentum going with that last start kill, because the last thing you want to do at the start of a match
100.
is score the way he did but fail to get the job done. Now he will feel when he scores well, he has some confidence on doubles to add to that.
100.
And Scott is one of those players that when he gets into a scoring groove, a bad score is 100.
100.
Oh, I suppose it's 3 bagged scores in this leg so far, because it's been 2 tons from Mike and 1 from Scott. Scott wants to keep the trend going,
60.
but fails to do so. Andy Jenkins is the only person not to get off the mark in the points race so far. He has a little bit of a wait.
46.
His next match will be against the Welshman Warburton at 3:20 British time. Roughly a 2-hour wait between games. And on a day like today, where it's fairly warm, the guys are going to have to be very creative with their time to stay in the shade, stay hydrated.
59.
And they're probably wishing that a storm comes in the next couple of days to get rid of the weather, but that's not what's forecast in the United Kingdom. 30 plus temperatures in Celsius for the next 5 days.
100.
So it will be a heat wave to finish phase 4. Mitchell has lost his way in the scoring in leg 2 here. A big one here would fix everything. And what does he want to leave Is it 19s or is it bullseye and 25?
59.
Did his maths there and realised that a single 19 left 156 is a worst case scenario. I can understand that, Leave.
60.
This leg is definitely not over yet.
100.
These are the shots that you need to practice more than any other. These are the important ones where you get one shot at a double.
Game in 3.
Very key shot from Mike Warburton to stay on a level key with Scott Mitchell, because the last thing you want to do with this guy is let him go into the distance. Warburton hasn't played his best so far, averaging 82.
95.
But when you can stay level with someone like Scott Mitchell after a couple of legs not playing your best, you can build on what you've done right so far.
59.
England versus Wales, of course, and that starts your mind ticking to
100.
England versus Wales throughout history. World finals have been contested between Englishmen and Welshmen.
140.
Go back to the late 70s where John Lowe faced Leighton Rees.
58.
Such a rich heritage in those two countries with their players.
Two.
And I suppose you have to be selected by your country to know what it feels like to slip on that shirt that Scott's got today. Maybe he's put that on today as a bit of inspiration. After having a pointless day on Tuesday, his way to respond to that mentally is to put on a garment that fills him full of pride and belief. And if that's the
100.
case, I think it's a master stroke. Another steady ton from Scott. A third for this leg. Leaves him on 48. And it will be to take the lead back.
60.
This is where you have to make your mind up. Do you want to leave tops or do you want to leave 16s? Tops it is. Tops he gets. There are some players, however, on that very shot where they aim for the wire between the 8 and the 16, and they want in no way, shape or form to know what double they're going to leave. If they go for the wire and they get the 8, they're happy with tops. If they get the 16, they're happy with 16s. But me personally, I'm a 16s guy, and I would always go for the 16s. I've been watching Mike Warburton play for a few months now.
60.
I also watched him very closely at the World Masters last year, where he made the semi-finals. And I still don't know if he has a favourite double.
83.
Might be one of those rare cats that just likes to leave what he can leave. Isn't bothered about thinking about favourite doubles or anything like that. But when you watch Mitchell
59.
win that world title in 2015, the amount of times he hit tops, he's a tops guy. Not to mention he's very tall, so tops is a lot easier for him to reach than some players, say, of my height. A little bit of a difference in stature between these two guys.
60.
Scott very tall, at around 6.5 feet. This is very good.
180.
Took the bull and 25 out of the equation with the second dart, and then it was a mere afterthought after the third. And Mitchell is playing at his pace in this one, and he's being very efficient. Does he go for the 25 and bull to start this visit, though? The answer is no. Some people would have done it anyway, even though Mike wasn't on a finish. But when you can do that and get it done in 3, why not? But he himself will be breathing a little sigh of relief there, because that was a little bit close to the 32. This time, he goes over the wire of that double 16 into the double 8, and it somewhat breathes on the green bit ever so slightly.
100.
That's the danger with shots like that. You get that double 16 instead of the double 8, and you go back to 95, and then Mike can pressurize you.
42.
That's the beautiful thing about the way the dartboard is formatted. You can be bitten by a bad dart. The amount of times I've seen people in the last few months go for double 4 and hit a 13 or a double 13. It happens more than you think.
81.
Scott's 90 average is very fair, in my opinion, based on his performance in this game. He's been steady. Lots of good scores. Hasn't been a barrage of scoring ability, but a steady display.
100.
Mike just hasn't found much consistency in this one. He struggled with his first start, and he's been searching for scores ever since. Too many times he's had to run for cover. Scott is first to an out, but it is a big one. Mike should get to one now, and will.
177.
Gets inside 100 from there. That's a great visit. However, Mitchell fails on dart 2,
100.
but puts a fair amount of pressure on this 89. If this doesn't go, Mitchell will probably get to 4-1. Bullseye.
41.
And he was expecting to hit the bullseye. He was not expecting to get a small 2. And Mitchell can see over the top of that one because he's that tall. And there you have the evidence. To most players, that dart would have been smack bang in the middle of where you would aim. But Mitchell is so tall, he can see over that dart and didn't have to move. Any win here for Mitchell, and he's on the best leg difference by far.
100.
But if he was to win at 5-1, his leg difference would be vastly better than everybody else, with an undefeated streak of 2
60.
games today. Just goes to show, and I'm going to stand by what I said
100.
about wearing that shirt today. I think he just needed a little bit of extra incentive, and putting that shirt on has been the key. So if you are playing against someone online or playing someone at a local tournament via social distancing, and you need that little bit of extra motivation, a little bit of extra confidence, put on a garment or take something with you that inspires you.
$140.
100.
It will be 120 for the match for Mitchell. Warburton has been living in a corner for the last few legs, trying to fight his way out of it.
57.
And he has doggedly tried, but it is completely out of his hands. Mitchell has tops for the match
80.
and has missed his first match dart. Last match for Warby was a 5-1 win. It could be a 5-1 defeat if he doesn't hit this bull. Oh, that one's a lot closer than the last effort. But with 3 darts in hand for tops, Mitchell should get it done. Is it inevitable? Double 10 gets there, and Mitchell might be the man to catch now. Even though he's not at the top of the table, he is undefeated with a huge leg difference advantage on everybody else. Warburton's last match was a 5-1 win, but that one's a 5-1 defeat. He's out of the race, but Mitchell is definitely part of it now. Mark Webster will return after that great win over Boris Koltsov, and he will take on Keelan Kay in Keelan's final match of Thursday. We'll be right back. Welcome back to today's Icons of Darts Live League with MODUS Sports, and this will be Keelan K's first, it's the final game of the day. Won't be his first opportunity of topping the table.
25.
If you are going to top the table, you might as well do it in your final game of the day.
25.
Let's see who wins the bullseye,
Outside.
and then we'll go into the permutations of what the wins would do for either player.
All the best.
Mark will go first, and we'll try and keep what he did against Boris Koltsov going, which was the best winning average of the day, and for me,
96.
without a doubt, the best performance. But if Keelan K was to get any win here against Mark Webster, he will put himself top of the
59.
table for now. His leg difference would be more superior to that of Boris Koltsov,
And 40.
but Boris still has a game remaining, remember, the next match against Scott Mitchell.
95.
Don't forget about Mark Webster, though. He might have lost his first game 5-1, but he won his next one after that 5-1.
57.
He is very much alive, but may have to win his remaining 3 games.
46.
Keelan K has played some very
50.
consistent stuff today, with the exception of his performance against Scott Mitchell, where he only averaged 80. The rest of the time, he's been hovering around that 90 mark a lot.
116.
170 won't go for Keelan.
134.
But it may be in vain, and is. And Webster, over the last couple of months, has started to become a lot better at double 16.
Leave it on me.
Just going to try and find Keelan. We seem to have lost his feed for...
Okay. I'm just standing there like a little. I'm going to walk out the way.
We've refound Keelan. He is right there. Yes, he's right there.
85.
And he already has a 1-0 deficit to climb, or to bridge, thanks to Mark Webster hitting double 16.
58.
And I was mentioning that Mark was getting better at double 16. He didn't used to like it. Wasn't a fan of
40.
the bottom left corner of the board. But in rebuilding his throw and his confidence in the last few months, I think he's tried to look at some different ways of finishing. Instead of constantly leaving double 12, double top, double
139.
10, he has started to utilize some other areas of the board, and I think it has worked.
115.
$97.
It's amazing how things can change in an Icon's day, because earlier on we were talking about Boris Koltsov winning
42.
his first 3 and possibly no one catching him. Well, the chase is definitely on now. And you look at someone like Webster, who is playing very, very well.
60.
He could easily win his next few matches and stroll to the title, which wouldn't be his first.
100.
Keelan looking for 80. May have to go between those two to find tops.
Game shot in 3.
What a shot that is. From way left of the hockey. That was probably thrown from around 7'11", a couple of inches further than the centre of the hockey.
96.
Great shot from the young man. He was very highly rated by some of his competitors today.
140.
He's had a lot of words of encouragement from the likes of Andy Jenkins and Scott Mitchell,
85.
both of which are from the south of England like he is. A lot of people talk to these
45.
young superstars like Keelan, like Jared Cole, saying that we didn't have the opportunities you've got these days. Take advantage of them while you
56.
can. I echo their sentiment.
$137.
There is no doubt that Keelan Kay would like to be a full-time darts professional.
140.
He feels he was born to do it.
$82.
Good rescue job on that visit. But can Webster find treble 18? It would have left him the ball,
92.
but he's left 32 again, hoping that Keelan does not convert the 97. Double 12.
Game in 3.
Oh, that's fabulous. That's exactly what Webster did not want to hear. You think when Keelan gets the single 19 that you're going to get a shot, but to get 78 in 2 from there on shows how much
1-2-1.
talent this boy has. Maybe Fallon Sherrick was right when talking about Keelan Kay last week. If he hits his doubles, you're in trouble.
140.
Because he does look very comfortable scoring.
134.
If Webster was to lose this game here, he would be banging his head against the door, really. Losing his
96.
first game, then winning a big one, and then possibly losing again. It would be a myriad of emotions, which,
100.
let's face it, most dart players won't be used to this kind of format, because the majority of the tournaments you go to, you have to win every game if you want to win the tournament day, because it's knockout.
74.89.
You do play a lot of this format in the oceanic region of New Zealand and Australia, where it's round robin to then have
140.
a knockout format there afterwards. But Kay is looking for 3-1 on tops,
Game shot in 2.
and he's hitting his doubles all right.
$39.
And just when you barrage the scoring and don't get a chance,
98.
even the luck goes your way. Oh, it doesn't go your way, sorry. You get a dart on the floor.
90.
But he will persevere and hope that Keelan Kay
96.
starts to wilt a little bit, but there are no signs of that. Even his bad visits are turning into 90 pluses now.
177.
But Webster has supercharged that visit with a 177.
180.
And then Keelan Kay responds. Webster just can't shake him off.
60.
Oh,
Oh, 16
that's a big
score.
bounce out. They're one each on the collisions in this leg.
70.
It would be typically Maverick of Keelan Kay to take this out after scoring 16 in his last visit.
91.
Just shy of it as well. That was for a 3-leg gap. 52 remain. Tops is the option.
25.
Keelan can get 4-1 finally with double 10.
Oh my, wow.
Oh, that's a real hook.
Wow.
That is the worst dart he has thrown today.
16.
And Webster will
1.
lap that up
Yeah, good shot.
because he hasn't made many mistakes, Keelan Kay, but that one mistake he's made, Webster had to capitalise on, and he has. Averages pretty much the same at 92. But if Keelan Kay is looking for a bright side to that situation, he still has the lead and still has to break a throw. Webster still has a lot of work to do.
134.
Remember, Keelan Kay gets the win in this game.
140.
He will set the target. The best he can do,
58.
if he wins the next 2 legs, is to set a total of 6 points and plus
95.
4. That would then be overhauled by
46.
Koltsov with any sort of win over Scott Mitchell. And that next game for me is the biggest of the day so far. This is the part of the day where
77.
things get very, very interesting.
137.
This is a very interesting leg because 126 for Webster is very doable. But he has to rely on Keelan Kay not getting 82 with 2. He's getting a lot of 11s here. Single 11, treble 11,
53.
and a single 9 to leave himself on tops. 57's a must. What a great dart that is. Pinpoint.
Game 3.
Oh ho, Webby! What a shot. Just like the 130 he hit against Warburton in match number 6. That 126 was just as good, if not better.
90.
That was not a dagger to the heart of Keelan Kay. That was removing a serrated dagger from his horse.
134.
That will have hurt.
$99.
Some of the things that Webster's done today really make you believe
71.
that some of his best days might be ahead of him. Talk about his great media skills these days.
140.
He's still got it on this dartboard. Make no mistake.
93.
You don't do things like that 126 and the 130 from earlier without having great execution.
100.
And he's doing it again. 2 scores of 90 plus, then a 140 and a ton.
98.
And Keelan Kay's in a bit of bother here. Another single 16. Tops for the lead.
52.
But if Kay takes the 105, what a topsy-turvy game this is. He has tops.
85.
Just underneath he knew how important that dart was. This is just as important. How much can he see?
10.
Not enough. That first dart was too close. You automatically think that a shot on the outside where is a good marker. That was not a good marker. And Keelan Kay takes advantage to regain the lead at 4-3. And the hard work of the 1-2-6 in the previous leg is undone. It's been a great game to watch. Keelan Kay has been a bit of an opportunist in the last couple of weeks since getting his first daily title. He has been a very different player.
96.
He looks more confident at the end of these matches to get the job
95.
done. And against Andy Jenkins, who he was 2-2 with in Game 7, he then sprinted to the line with 3 legs in a row.
125.
And right here, he is not hesitating to get to the finish line.
96.
And with Webster not able to leave a finish after 9, Kay has time on the 101.
41.
Webster has to believe that this is not over yet.
58.
He didn't get match darts in against Koltsov in Game 1, but this could be the last shot of the day for Keelan. Double 10.
50.
And he's missed 2 match darts. Webster will rue the fact that he's so far north. Or will he? Can he pull out a 152? Give it every chance.
100.
Every chance. This 10 is not a gimme.
Oh, Keelan.
And that's why. When dart players first name themselves, it's never good. Tops for Webby.
33.
Finds it in the bottom right corner. Like a Paul Scholes penalty past the keeper. That one was not being saved. And this topsy-turvy match just keeps going.
90.
Have those missed match darts had an effect on Kay?
141.
Obviously not. But Webster responds with a 2-treble visit of his own.
100.
These are the legs that you just want to sit back and watch. Who's going to get there?
60.
Who's going to be first to a double?
100.
First to a finish is the young man from Cornwall.
100.
Webster right behind him. Oh, well, in front right now.
58.
With no treble there, Kay might be in a spot of bother. But single 1 means that it cannot be finished on this occasion. He scored 22 to leave 95 and leaves 38.
59.
But it's been 4 match darts missed for Keelan Kay so far. He's missed tops, 10s and 5s. He does not
54.
get another. Webster has the choice. The choice is to go straight for it. Now, how does he hit it? He's got to hit the left side. 3 match darts gone from Webster. I'm surprised he didn't split it, but he was feeling aggressive. He felt confident. And it hasn't gone his way, as Keelan Kay will get a 5th or 6th match dart.
Done it again, Keelan. 8.
And they have both missed high. Does Webster do the same or does he split? Decides the split this time. It's double 14.
In three.
And he's found it to break Keelan Kay's heart. And Mark Webster is firmly in with a shout today. Now, after losing his first game, he has won the next two. So he has two coming up a little later on. He'll take a bit of a break now. But now it's all down to Scott Mitchell and Boris Koltsov to see what total Boris Koltsov can set. Let's find out, shall we? Keelan K's day is done, and based on the league table right now, he is not going to finish in the top 2. So it will be mid-table, you think, for Keelan on Thursday. Who is going to finish top? This game is going to have a big say as to who that is, because if Boris Koltsov wins this match, he will set the total at 8 points, and it will take some catching. But maybe his biggest rival for that
All the
is
best, coach.
Scott Mitchell. Mitchell has played twice. He has won twice. He has won big twice. Started the day with a very steady display of a 91 average against Keelan K, and that performance cannot be underestimated.
60.
Because he lost all 5 matches on Tuesday and came into today, I'm sure, with
57.
his confidence a little brittle. So to come out in this style today just goes to show what metal he has inside that England shirt.
85.
And then he gets a 5-1 victory against Mike Warburton as well. So his leg difference is far superior to anybody else.
135.
And if he was to pick up the win here, Mitchell, he would take some stopping in his last 2 games of the day against Jenkins and Webster. So there's a lot on the line here.
140.
$59.
Boris's undefeated streak was halted by Mark Webster when he was defeated 5 legs to 1. Koltsov did win his first 3 matches, but didn't play his best by any means. So maybe he's been skating on thin ice. And in this climate, that ice would be very, very thin.
100. $116 coming in. Double 18.
98.
Just a little jumpy on that third dart. And that started to creep into Scott's game a little bit lately. And Boris only just misses that second treble 19 for a shot
91.
double 18 himself.
90.
Mitchell is not the kind of guy to split this. He will go straight for it. Double 2. Key misses at the start of this one, offer a lifeline to Boris Koltsov.
Into
He's taken it. A very, very unexpected chance to take that first leg for Koltsov. And he should feel very, very fortunate indeed
140.
that he even got it. I say that Koltsov needed a lifeline. I just meant in the scheme of the leg. Not in the scheme of his chances of winning today. If Koltsov was to win this game,
41.
he would force Mitchell to win his next 2 and better the leg difference score. But then it could, you never know, it could come down to this head-to-head game. That's what makes it so interesting.
140.
Don't forget about Mark Webster as well, who narrowly beat Keelan K in that last game. He would still get to 8
59.
points. So realistically, we have 3 people vying for top spot today. Because I think 6 points won't be good enough today, which takes Andy Jenkins out of the race.
$100.
Nothing wrong with the scoring of Scott Mitchell so far in this one. Left 116 after 12 in the first leg. 121 after 9 in this one. It's double 18 again. And yet again,
103.
on the checkout, he goes low on the double 18 to leave 18. Now, this is really
57.
interesting from a psychological perspective. Does he go straight for it again as a stubborn dart player, or does he choose a different route?
Bingo 1.
Well, that just goes to show what kind of courage and steel he has. Straight for it, even though it bit him last time. Scott donning that England shirt today and has worn that shirt alongside some greats of the game.
140.
Think about some of the players he's played with in the squads. Martin Adams, Darrell Fitton, Tony O'Shea.
100.
All sorts of talents. Scott comes from my sort of generation of dart players who
180.
always wanted to play in their A squad for their county and represent their country eventually. Well, Mitchell
60.
took his time to blossom, but when he did, he became an England captain. And I have to say, alongside his World Championship win, that has to be his proudest thing.
$99.
This has all been about Scott Mitchell, this match.
Series score.
With all due respect to Boris, the first leg was about Mitchell's misses. Second leg was about Mitchell's brilliance. And this is about the continuation of leg 2.
42.
And if this trend continues, Koltsov will lose this match. So he has to figure out what's going
100.
wrong.
Bingo 1.
Almost inevitable when Scott Mitchell is on tops with 3 in hand. Said that many times today. That's a position you cannot be in.
45.
I've seen that as a player. And you might as well put your darts away.
$140.
140.
Boris getting in on the act when it comes to the 140s. And he's going to have to. Wherever you're watching from around the world, I hope you've enjoyed today's action. There will be more tomorrow from 10:30 a.m. British time via the usual channels, the MODUS website, dartshop.tv,
134.
Motorsports YouTube page, the online Darts TV YouTube page, and you can watch via your favoured betting site as well. And we thank our partners at Red Dragon Darts for backing us the last 4 months.
140.
These guys are definitely sweating up a little bit because the temperature in the UK today is
100.
going to be hot for the next 5 days. It's going to be in the 30s. If you wonder why Boris Koltsov's got the curtains closed, it's just to keep the heat out. Mitchell looking for the bullseye for a 12.
Bingo 3.
Oh, and he gets it as well. More brilliance from the Dorset farmer. This is the best we've seen from anybody today, average-wise, and just looking at it. It's been so efficient.
$83.
This is going to do his chances of winning today the world of good.
57.
Not just a win, but a big win would go a long way towards that potential title. It just looks so easy right now, and it will feel so easy when he keeps hitting that treble 20. And maybe he's trying to
100.
massage his inner Keane Barry, who yesterday was too good for everyone. Dave Evans on social media calling him a definite future world champion. Well, I have to agree. He is a great young man. Great young player who has a definite ruthless streak in him. And that's something you have to have if you want
86.
to be at the top. And the fact of the matter is this: Boris Koltsov just can't catch Scott Mitchell right now. Can't live with his scoring.
100.
Good enough. I'm somewhat puzzled with the first two darts in there. The switch to the 18s might have been more prudent.
96.
But Boris does not leave a finish. That's not good board awareness from the Russian. And Mitchell can walk to the finish line in this fifth leg.
38.
And if he'd have left 161, 164 here, he would have had a chance. And look at this.
130.
He gets two big trebles. And it's his own fault that he doesn't have a shot for the leg. You can't finish when you have the wrong number. Mitchell, the tops,
Game 3.
finds it with the third, just teasing Boris ever so slightly.
100.
Game over for Boris if he doesn't win 4 straight from here. Even with 6 points in the bank, Koltsov's leg difference is only all square, which is a bit mystifying. That, of course, is attributed to the big defeat
180.
by Mark Webster, 5 legs to 1. But maybe Boris is a bit more relaxed now, being 4-1 down, and the shackles are off.
$100.
60.
You wonder who's going to be partnering Boris Koltsov at the World Cup in Graz in November. He's had a few different partners. Just get the feeling that if Russia are going to take the next step in that tournament, Boris needs some backup.
81. 83. Sorry.
But he wished he could call for backup right now.
137.
He has responded with an exemplary leg here. A 180 in there to leave 24 after 12. It's legs like this that have been missing in this match.
60.
And maybe Scott is waving the white flag in this one.
No score.
Well, Boris was not close to double 12 there. Needs to recalibrate that doubles compass. Maybe Scott is waiting to get back into gear in the next leg, which will begin right now, as Koltsov does take a 16 darter to reduce the gap to 2. Big breath, sign of experience. He has not 1, but 2 opportunities to serve this out.
100.
And of course, that bonus chance, if he needs it, on the Koltsov throw.
60.
15 darter might be enough to get the job done. And in that knowledge, Scott will know if he tuns down to 101, he should get a shot at double. And that will be music to the ears of Scott Mitchell.
75.
That dart on the floor But fair play to Boris for responding with a 60 after that. Mitchell looks composed.
100.
And he's old school. Staying on the 20s there with Dart 3 when a lot of younger players would have gone to the 17s.
93.
The treble leaving the 170. And of course the single leaving 204, which means that if you max from there, you leave a double. Lots of different ways of negotiating 301.
139.
But Mitchell ups the ante again to leave what is a match-winning chance.
100.
And there is nothing that Boris can do about it. This match has been all about Mitchell. Tops to seal it.
42.
Just a little jumpy like he was earlier on double 18. And it doesn't matter what Koltsov hits here.
133.
It's all about what Mitchell does. But fair play to Boris for getting the 133 to leave 40. But it's Mitchell for 2 points. And that's what he gets. He was the better player in that match. And a very, very good performance from the Dorset farmer. Gives him 6 points from 6. Much like Boris had earlier. But Boris loses his last 2 matches to finish on 6 points. It's about who finishes above Boris now. Okay, so moving on to the next match. It's the return of Andy Jenkins against Mike Warburton, who plays his final match of the day.
Mark.
Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And your new league leader is Scott Mitchell, and
What was it, Mark?
he might take some catching considering his leg difference is at
What was
plus
it?
10 already after 3 matches. If he continues in that vein,
25.
he might scare Martin Adams' record of a 5-match plus 17 leg difference.
25.
He's looking to emulate Andy Jenkins from Tuesday, who won 5 out of 5 and had plus 15.
25.
But one of these players is off the mark with a win today. One of them is not. This is the last game of the day for Mike Warburton of North Wales.
25.
And the best he can do is 4 points. If he wants to go above Keel and Kate in the table, he has to win the game, the Welshman, and he'd also need to win it 5 legs to 1. Otherwise, he will finish below the young man from Cornwall.
Bullseye.
All
All the best, Jenks.
Time for a final flourish for Warburton then. Not his final game of the week. He will return. As will Andy Jenkins on Saturday, who has just remarked
140.
that he's glad he's not playing tomorrow because it is going to be a bit of a hot one in England, especially in the south. Going to be in the mid-30s. And when you're playing in a very small room like Andy is, that'll make for very, very uncomfortable playing.
$100.
4 matches remaining then for today's session.
96.
3 of which will feature Andy Jenkins. And he's the only player not to have got a win so far today. If he can rectify that
81.
in this match here and get 2 more wins, he would finish on 6 points.
98.
That's exactly where Boris Koltsov has finished, on 6 points. But his leg difference of -3, that is not going to be good enough.
40.
Frustrating day for Andy Jenkins today because
100.
earlier on against Koltsov he was in control and just let that one slip. And then let it slip against Keelan K as well. But that was more to do with Keelan raising his
60.
average in the final 3 legs. And he's not able to get the 147 in World Championship Snooker Week. But he does get a 131 to leave 88. Can he see tops?
Give me 3.
Yes, he can. What a lovely shot that is.
Easy, that.
A little bit of banter between the players. And we're talking about
180.
2 players here who are good at giving the banter as well as receiving it. I think if the gloves were off and these guys were playing each other, it would make for very entertaining viewing.
180.
As Andy Jenkins sets up possible 9. If Andy Jenkins hits this 141, the first person he'll want to tell is Aaron Monk.
140.
It's there. So's that.
Ah,
And Andy Jenkins has missed the double 12
24
for the
left.
9.
Unlucky, mate.
Well, I feel sorry for that wall. That reminds me of the day I met Jenks in Stoke-on-Trent back in 2001 at the Gold Cup at Trentham Gardens. He missed that very double for a 9-darter that day in the final against Richie Burnett.
There you go.
And he gets
Wow.
the world's
Very lucky.
most sodden 12 dart.
Unlucky.
Felt good for 24 and all.
Crikey, O'Reilly.
He
Right then.
genuinely thought that that was going
Go
to
for it,
be
yeah.
a 9 darter,
Yeah.
as we all did.
The wallpaper behind you.
Shut up.
Well, it's one leg all. And we've had plenty of drama in
100.
this one already. And he has got to stay on point.
83.
He can still finish highly in this league. If he goes on a bit of a crusade from here, who's to say he can't finish
140.
top? Because if Webster was to beat Scott Mitchell
99.
and Jenkins was to beat Webster, anything's possible. But he does have a very, very, very large gap to bridge when it comes to the leg difference. It's a difference of 15.
45.
You might have to win every leg from here.
140.
I think we're all trying to collect our breath after that 9 dart attempt.
58.
I wonder how his knuckles are feeling after taking it out on the wall. That wall has taken some punishment in the last few months on Jenks Cam. Another one of those would have left double 19.
$100.
But Andy will go for the 19s here. Now it's 62 left. Bullseye.
25 left.
Not far off. That was a very good attempt. Double 10 with his last dart.
48.
And Warburton has handed this leg to Andy Jenkins if he wants it. Not a question of if. But he isn't able to grasp it. The olive branch breezes its way back to North Wales.
Oh, 5.
And he went for that last shot. But you get the feeling that there was little confidence there
Damn shot.
as Jenkins gets his way
Yeah,
in front after 3.
You're welcome.
59.
I'm trying to think of when Andy Jenkins last used a different flight to that. He's been using kite-shaped flights most of his career.
140.
Did go to the slightly larger standard flights, which Mike uses, for a little period of time.
140.
But that design that he has, he's a bit like Steve Beaton in the respect that he doesn't change his kit at all.
60.
He's a creature of habit, is Andy Jenkins, and that's a good thing for a dart player.
100.
We're still learning about Mike
59.
Warburton. He's, of course, a Welsh Open champion, and that's where he announced himself, beating Andy Hamilton in that final.
40.
And since then, he has picked up more ranking wins within the BDO system. But as for what his future holds,
60.
good first start, even though he's not on a finish.
140.
Interesting leave from Andy.
$81.
A lot of right-handers do like double 11.
There you go, shot.
And he likes it right now. It has to be said that playing in, he is limited to the amount of space that he has going to his right side.
100.
So all of the doubles on the left side of the board are better for him.
60.
It's coincidental that his favourite double is double 16 anyway. But leaving that double 11 may have been because of that
43.
and nothing else.
$60.
And he's in that fast-paced rhythm now. When you are playing against him, when he's in this sort of mood, it feels faster than it is.
96.
Feels like you're playing against a player on fast forward.
$60.
Throws a very light dart as well, Andy Jenkins. That'll be well under 20 grams. Could be closer to 16.
58.
Jenkins has had 3 identical visits here. 9 consecutive single 20s. Make that 10.
100.
He's pitching away at this 5th leg.
$60.
And with Warburton not getting a treble there, Andy is, without question, still in this leg.
$100.
Andy's average was 95 before this leg began. It's pretty close to the best of the day, which was from Mitchell last time out. He had a 96.
100.
But if Jenkins takes the 1-2-1 here, he'll be close to the finish line.
57.
Too many scores like that in this leg. Hasn't played poorly, but he's had 4 visits without a treble. That looks like a treble 12, which leaves double 4. And he has
36.
shaved the wire of that double 4. Couldn't possibly have got any closer without hitting it.
Oh, no.
And Jenkins misses that very double himself.
8 left.
He knows where it is.
Give him 2.
Wonderful guide and
Whoa.
perfectly used. Signs of exasperation from Jenkins,
78.
who knows that he could be 4-1 up here with a lot of breathing space, but now he could be back in a battle.
140.
And Warburton is hard to shake off. He is so determined.
60.
And Warburton knows he's not going to win the league today, but that won't stop him from trying to spoil other people's chances. This guy just loves to play darts.
100.
100.
9 darts thrown for Andy to lead 2-6-3, but only 6 thrown for Mike to be 2 better off.
60. 1.
Has got the throw, but for how long?
60.
He's still got it. There are a lot of players who would take this position in a match.
135.
Got the darts in the 6th. Looking to close out 201 in 6 to then serve for the lead. That's a position that a confident player would take. One shot at tops to level up.
26.
And Andy Jenkins will love the fact that he's getting this 73 chance. That's the 3, but he's going to have to be fast because that is precarious. 20 in bull.
Jinxie. 43 left.
Not close, unfortunately. And Warby should now be 3-3.
In the 1.
And is. He's been very good on his first dart at tops when he's had 3 darts at 40 today.
Still can get 2.
Yeah.
Warburton has rescued the throw. And we'll have first crack at taking the lead back.
100.
No.
Next game's going to be rather interesting. Mark Webster against Scott Mitchell. Webster firmly still in the race, but has to beat Mitchell.
100.
If he does, the last couple of games are going to be thrilling.
80.
If Mitchell wins, he's the first person to 8 points.
$100.
And that will seal the deal.
100.
If you were having a little punt on today's results, we hope you were gambling responsibly, of course. But if you had a little flutter on Scott Mitchell,
60.
you may have been looking at your dart and crystal ball a little bit, because after Tuesday's
He's
pointless day for
26,
Scott, he has responded quite incredibly to put himself within 1 win of today's title.
$93.
Andy really struggling in this leg. Only 1 ton plus score and starting to spray the darts left and right.
111.
That's a great recovery. Tops again for Warby. And he doesn't hesitate to take the lead
Cheers up.
at 4 legs to 3. It could be only 1 more leg for
41.
Mike's day. Jenkins still has 2 matches after this. And if he loses this one, they will be focused on trying to get himself off the bottom of the table.
180.
Zero sympathy from the Welshman.
60.
Who has not only taken the darts, but has a huge lead as well.
$60.
Not what he was looking for to back up the 180.
96.
But as long as he retains the darts down to the finishing zone, he will not be too fussed.
57.
140.
The advantage is gone after that 140 of Jenkins. But most of the time, he will still have 6 darts from here. Great response from Warburton. However, Jenkins just misses that 54.
96.
And you just wonder if missing that double 12 for the 9 darter really changed the chemistry for Andy Jenkins in this one. Because Warby's just missed too much darts. Jenkins 2 a double 4.
Yeah, game. 2 darts.
Easily done to take us to leg 9.
2 beers.
And I was just
Could be a
saying,
beer.
Yeah, of course it was. All the best in this last leg, mate.
And you, mate. 26 away would be nice.
comradeship there from both players. Well, as I was saying earlier, I thought the missed 9 darter might have just flummoxed Andy a little bit, and he might have taken him a bit of time to recover from missing that double 12. But But the way he executed that 68,
98.
I think that is long forgotten, that 9-dart attempt now. Who's going to get to the finish first? Two very
85.
stubborn players here who desperately don't want to lose this match. It's not about the top of the league. This is just about wanting to win this game.
60.
Come on, mate. 100.
Jenkins is favourite so far after 9 darts. It will depend on what Warburton does with his next 6.
96.
Inching their way towards the
140.
finish line, but Jenkins has found 2 treble visits to give himself a guaranteed shot at a 2-darter for the match.
$100.
Double 12. Now double 6.
That's 1 point to me.
And I suppose
There you
it's
go.
ironic
There
that
you go.
Andy Jenkins hit double 6 there, because that's the double that he hit when he missed the 9 earlier on. He does get a very narrow win over Mike Warburton and gets himself off the mark to put himself both on 2 points. But the next one, it's Webster and Mitchell, and it's huge. third last match of the day, and is the big one, because this is a game that could see us crown our daily champion. And the man who got his 100th win of the day, or 100th win of the day, what am I saying? 100th win of his Icons career today, Scott Mitchell. He consequently got his 101st and 102nd, of course. If he gets this one, his 103rd will crown him today's champion.
Outside.
Standing in his way is Mark Webster, who is still in with a shout of winning today's table.
Outside.
But surely he needs to win this and his next game against Andy Jenkins, which is the last match of the day, and he needs Mitchell to trip up somewhat. That leg difference
25.
that Scott Mitchell has of plus 10,
25.
as opposed to Mark Webster's plus 1, could be the deciding factor.
25.
Neither player relinquishing this bullseye easily.
Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Case and point.
Outside.
Mitchell gets it,
Well, that's got.
and he has been the best player today, but Mark Webster a little bit behind him, but by not much. Only difference between the two really has been the fact that Webster started a little slower in losing to his countryman Mike Warburton by 5 legs to 1, but since then he's looked very, very good. Wins of 5-1 against Boris Koltsov,
100.
5-4 against Keelan Kay. At times, Webster has looked impervious, but overall, Scott Mitchell has been very consistent and looked very dangerous from the off
95.
when he started against Keelan Kay himself at around about 11:45 this morning. So it's a very simple scenario for Scott. If he wants the luxury of winning the league with a game to spare, win this game. Doesn't matter about how much you win it by. Just
96.
win 5-4, 5-3, 5-2, 5-1, or 5-0. Any of those will do. He's choosing not to go to treble 19 with dart number 2. He's probably wishing he had now.
22.
He definitely wishes he had now. That almost invites Mark Webster back into the leg.
50.
Time for a bit of a breather after that stumble of a 22 visit. Now he has to switch. Back to the top.
85.
And not for the first time today, just jumps a little bit on that shot of tops.
100.
Can Mitchell get the first leg in the bank then? On double 10.
Game in 1.
Unquestionably central. What a great shot that is from the former England captain.
96.
Mitchell admitted that with his farm work taking precedence over the last couple of weeks since the summer series in Milton Keynes, he was a bit rusty when he returned to Icons of Darts Live League action. It's taken him a little bit of time to get back to what he was doing before the summer series. But this today has been a marked improvement. No pun intended, of course, when I say marked. Webster not choosing to go 19s on 265. That's interesting.
140.
Decides to stay aggressive. I have to tip my hat to that shot. A lot of players would have chickened out to the easier singles or alternatives on the board. But based on where Scott Mitchell was sitting at the time, he felt it was prudent to be aggressive on the 60, and he was proved to be right.
85.
How dare we ever question Mark Webster, who has won many a title in World Darts, and one of the strangest statistics, in my opinion, is that he's only won one PDC title. Tops. And he has won this leg. That's that one PDC title for Webster, won in Bad Nauheim quite a few years ago. Many other opportunities, of course, and biggest one missed was the final of the Players' Championship finals in Doncaster, where he lost to Kevin Painter.
97.
Lost in a couple of World Cup finals as well. That doesn't detract from his glittering career, though, which is definitely not over. The advantage of throw has been very important in this match so far. Whoever has thrown first has been the aggressor. Mark, of course, was working at the World Match Play as an analyst and a commentator, and was working alongside Nigel Pearson, who is a very big Speedway fan and presenter. Scott, of course, is heavily into his Speedway. There's a lot of people within the darts world who are into Speedway. The new editor of Darts World magazine, Phil Lanning, he's heavily into Speedway, as was his dad, Dave, the great darts commentator, of course. That's a great first dart from Mitchell. And just as good a second to take a 14 darter and a 2-1 advantage. This has been a very good game so far. 100 average for Mitchell, 95 for Webster. Webster will know that if he loses this match, top spot is beyond his reach. I suppose the neutrals amongst you would like to see Webster win this one, so the last two games can be telling us the final tale. I'm sure the Scott Mitchell fans out there, and the people who may have had a little outside wager on Mitchell today, will be hoping that he gets the job done in this one.
100.
I don't know what the odds were for Mitchell to win today, but I can't imagine they were very short after losing 5 games on Tuesday. That's horrendous luck for Webster. Remember that Webster started this leg, and he is no longer in charge of it.
$140.
That 140 is just so good.
58.
When you try and dissect that 140, it just didn't make sense. Blocks the 60 with the first dart and still finds the right side and the left side of that dart.
83.
60.
Webster not able to get a treble there. And that is music to the ears of Scotty Dog, who now has 6 darts from 93 to open up a 2-leg gap for the first time. Can just ease towards tops. Does so. Not for the first time today. Will have 3 in hand for that double. And Webster is late to the party.
90.
But better late than never. But it could be never if Mitchell gets tops. Oh, that's a horror dart from Mitchell. That must have slipped out of his hand, because it was left and low, and Webster's left 9s and stays in the match with a 198 conversion in 4. Not the end of the world, but a chance missed from Mitchell to get to 3-1. Oh, that's absolutely gutsy stuff. After a dart that hit the 15 going for double 10,
60.
he comes back with a maximum, and that just goes to show his ability to brush off what has happened before. Great stuff from Scotty Dog.
180.
He's hit it again, and he's got the second opportunity of the day
96.
on top of what Andy Jenkins attempted in the last match. He got to the double 12 shot. Can Mitchell? He can't, but it's still a brilliant leg.
100.
Talk about a way of closing out your opponent in the leg. That's how you do it. Just don't miss.
58.
He's got the 7 treble 20s he needed. Double 8.
20, 33.
He's not under pressure with those shots, but you still want to get rid of them quickly. Just so you have something to count on if things get a bit tighter later in the match. 2 4s then for 3-2. That's very close. That's in. 3 legs to 2, with the averages reflecting Mitchell at 96, Webster at 90.
180.
But every single leg has gone with the throw in this one. And Webster starting with a maximum says to me that that trend may continue.
60.
140.
I thought it was Webster's turn there to go 6 perfect darts. Well, he's going to have to settle for 5. It's not a bad situation to be in, settling for 5 perfect darts.
40.
And he's got a bit of fortune there, Webster, because Scott Mitchell has Robin Hooded his dart there, and he may have damaged the stem because he uses metallic stems.
125.
Well, obviously he didn't damage it. What Webster has done is
100.
given himself an enormous lead and a possible 11 darter.
82.
What a great leg. And that's the best we've seen today. Nobody else has hit an 11 darter. He's kicking at the right time. And because this match is tight, we have to look at the scenario of if Webster wins this,
140.
he may need Andy Jenkins to beat Scott Mitchell in the next match.
41.
Their leg difference is so far apart. 9 legs. That's why Mitchell is the favourite. 6 legs in this one, and every one on throw.
100.
And with Mitchell starting 140 ton, this one looks like it's going the distance.
100.
Most definitely the tightest and most tense match of the day.
5.
But a chance for Webster to get back in it with a 140 plus.
180.
Well, there's the 140 plus. A 180 to leave himself on that very number. I said it was getting tense. It's actually getting better.
60.
Not getting a treble there is a slip from Webby. But they're tightly locked in this position with Mitchell first to the double.
80.
Just on the north side of that double 18. And this is the chance to get that break of throw. Does he go bull here? He doesn't fancy it.
60.
He did have 2 choices there. It didn't pay off. And Mitchell for the lead again. Needs double 9. This is big.
3.
Oh, he's got it for 4-3. And now Webster needs both legs that are left in this match to keep today's race alive.
180.
What a beginning. He's done it again. There's a little bit of a smirk in the face there of Mitchell, and that's one of respect. At 3-2 up, Mitchell's thinking, I want to get to 4-2, and Webster starts with a 180, and then he backs it up with a 140. And he's doing it again.
140.
And you can see the disappointment in Webster by getting the 140 there, because it was begging to be a 6th treble 20. But he's taking Mitchell out of the equation on his throw.
100.
60.
Not the worst throw in the world, but he will have wanted to be south of 100 there. The only way Mitchell could have left a finish was with 3 big trebles. Probably stay on the 60 here.
65.
And I like that switch to the 25. He guarantees the 2 darter on the outer ring. If he'd have gone for the 19s to try and get the 57 for double 12, he would have been left on 62 if he'd got the single. This way, he gets 2 for the leg.
2.
Just needs the 1. Another brilliant hold of 14 darts. And it's all down to this. Mitchell holds in this 9th leg, he wins the day. If Webster wins and gets the only break of the match, we go further into the final 2 matches.
83.
Does Webster have one more kick in him? There's your answer.
180.
There is your answer. 3 of the last 4 legs, he has started with a maximum. Average up to 96 plus.
100.
Mitchell chipping away, but he's lost the darts.
60.
See the little grimace from Webster there. He wanted more. Wanted to apply more pressure to the Englishman.
85.
A great last dart from Mitchell.
$78.
As good a last dart from Webster. An advantage of 50. That's what I like to call a 1-dart lead. Mitchell wants the 133, but he doesn't like the angle. He doesn't like that last dart either. Huge 60 with dart 2.
100.
Will he get 2 at double 16, Webster? Will he get any at all? Will he get any at all? As Mitchell goes for the 156.
138.
And a match dart, a championship dart for the day has gone. Now Webster will surely get a shot at the bull. It is the bull to keep it alive. He's pinged it. What a shot that is. The shot of the day from Webster after Mitchell misses the 156 on double 18. Matches do not get better than that. Have a look at those stats, will you? Wonderful stuff. And it's still going. Mitchell is not going to get 10 points. Webster and Mitchell can still win it. But as to who does, we just don't know. Stay with us for the next game, which is Mitchell and Jenkins. Well, things have just got very, very exciting at the end of that last match, with Mark Webster pinging an 83 on the bull to keep today's race alive. Mitchell was one dart away from the title
It's a very
with a 156 in the last
shirt,
leg.
Scott.
And now
Yeah, if you listen to the-
he is 5 legs away from the title
All right,
again,
Scott.
because if he wins this game,
First time I've seen it.
he will be out of reach of Mark Webster.
It's a 25.
And let's not talk about the league standings too much in this one, because it could be a little complicated. But if Scott Mitchell gets a couple of legs on the board early, that will take Andy Jenkins out of the race, because mathematically Andy can still win today's title, but he'll have to win
25.
almost every leg in the next 2 games.
Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Well, much like the last game between Webster and Mitchell, nobody relinquishing that bullseye easily.
$25.
Andy with some running repairs, needing a new flight.
15.
So Scott Mitchell will start this
All right,
one
Scott.
very much like the last game. A game that nearly had 9 holes of throw. But for Mark Webster, it had one break. One break opportunity, really. And we have had
99.
a few games today that have had only one match dart. And that is testament to the players, and the players only. Mitchell will feel a little bit hollow that he didn't finish that match off.
140.
It was a huge, huge ask to take that 156.
140.
But he gave himself a shot at the double. If he'd have hit it, it would have been over, and this would have been just to have the undefeated day. But as it stands, something else is the same. It's the same as the last game. He wins this match,
98.
it's enough. He is far ahead in the leg difference, so just win the match, get it done over Andy, and that will be fine. Mitchell, of course, looking for that perfect turnaround
Oh, jinxie mush.
as he
37. left.
watches on as Andy misses the bull for the 164. There's been so many near misses today. Misses on shots like that. Missed on double 12 for the 9 darter for Andy against Warburton. Narrowly missed 156 from Scott in the last match. It's been one of those days for tension.
Uh, 35, 45, 50, 56.
Jenkins looks at the 5, gets that, reassesses. And narrowly misses the 32 to offer Scott the possible chance at that double. Double 16.
Game in 3.
Takes it. And that is a valuable hold of throw to start this one off. Could have easily relinquished all of that effort at the bullseye at the start, but he hasn't.
180.
Can Andy Jenkins get another crack at that 141? We've been so close to having one of those monumental days where someone could have hit a 9 and we could have seen someone win today's title on a 156. But these are two players that have won over 100 matches in Icons of Darts live league action. One of only four, or two of only four players. Two of the most seasoned campaigners
60.
throughout the lockdown phase and the remaining couple of months. Just to echo a statistic that we talked about this morning,
180.
Scott Mitchell is the only person to have won over 100 games and the only person to have also lost 100 games. So he's got 100 from both categories. Nobody else has got that.
$140.
Great stuff from Mitchell, but is it too late?
There you go.
Yes, it is. 14 darter in real style there from Jenkins. Again, just like the last match, the winning margin does not matter for Scott Mitchell. He's done all the yard work.
100.
He's got the big wins in the bank. The 5-2 against Keelan Kay. The 5-1 victory against Mike Warburton. The 5-2 victory against Boris Koltsov. Those big margins have given him the luxury of just having to win one of the last two games
40.
to get the daily title. I myself have had the luxury of winning a daily title before the end of play, and I can
100.
say without any hesitation that you want to get the job done as soon as possible, but you want to win every match. It makes for better confidence and better reading when you are sitting having your chamomile tea at night,
140.
glorifying about your day's play. Great
90.
use of the bullseye there from Jenkins. Big pressure on the Mitchell throw again. Double 16.
Gaming 3.
What pressure. A textbook 102. And he regains the lead that he could have easily relinquished in leg one. Both players with
1.7.
very respectable averages here. 96 for Mitchell, 102 for Jenkins. And with Mitchell getting that 102, we can now confirm that Andy Jenkins can no longer win today's title. He cannot bridge the gap of points and leg difference. So he is now playing the role of spoiler. It's not going to be two titles in a row for Jenkins,
100.
but he will return on Saturday to try and make it two in a week.
140.
And on his throw, he's looking quite menacing. It really doesn't matter what Scott does here,
180.
but he's got the maximum anyway to halve his score to maybe pressurize what Andy does.
43.
And he has somewhat blinked on that visit. So I take my words back. There is something you can do from that position, and Scott did it.
100.
Just goes to show how tall he is. Being able to see that 60 with those two blockers. Quite remarkable dart.
Thanks. 40.
As Andy Jenkins fires two darts right on the wire of that 54 and may be looking at a break of his throw right here. May have to utilize the 57. Gets it. double 11. Oh, aggressive.
59.
So close. For 2-2. He's double 16.
There you go.
Very good on double 8 in this match. That's twice now. And the chance has been missed by Mitchell for 3-1. You wonder if Mark Webster is watching on, judging what he needs to do in his final game, which will be against Jenkins after this. Will there be a title on the line
140.
against Jenkins in the final game of the day again? Mark Webster's first daily title came with a win against Jenkins in the final match of the day. Could we be looking at deja vu here? He needs Jenkins to win this match.
140.
55.
Both starting the leg with one good visit and one bad one. And Scott steadies up,
100.
as does Andy. It's like a round of boxing, this one, where they're both throwing pretty good jabs. Some of them hitting the mark.
140.
That's more than a jab. That one is a very good body blow.
58.
Can't count Jenkins out unless Mitchell closes 81.
10-3.
Oh, that's fabulous. 15 data. And his stock rises.
$59.
Is Mitchell ready for a break of throw? In his previous attempts, he has been closed out by Jenkins in great fashion. This is so similar, this game, to the last one with Mitchell and Webster. We've had 5 holes of throw in this one so far, and Mitchell is being made to work very, very hard.
37.
And in games where there's only one break of throw and you go the distance,
100.
they're the ones that test you mentally and see how sharp you are and see how confident you are in tough spots.
$100.
Great last start ton from Jenkins. Keeps the advantage of throw in his corner. We're going to call it the blue corner because of his shirt and his love for Portsmouth FC. We'll put Scott Mitchell in the green corner
100.
because that is the colour of Dorset. And of course, these two live in neighbouring counties. Hampshire versus Dorset. You could call it a bit of a darting rivalry match, if you will.
35.
Andy falters on the first 2 darts and decides to just hit the big 13 and leave the big fish. Now, Mitchell's hoping that he can get there. He can't. And Andy has time.
$60.
But that's not what he required. That still keeps Mitchell in this leg. Still gives him hope. This game is getting very, very edgy.
70.
Nice leave. But this is the heartbreak opportunity for Mitchell. 1 treble required for a shot at the outer ring. No treble,
98.
so no shot. 3 shots, though, for the man in the blue corner.
There you go.
Double 10 is there. Tricky double for the man who has a wall very close to his right arm. Can't afford to be hitting the outside wire and needing to go way to the left to find the angle. But it is all square after 6, just like the last match.
180.
Jenkins ready to sprint. Some games don't need stats.
100.
They don't need speech. They just need the players. And this is one of them. It's now best of 3. And it will determine how important the last game of the day is.
100.
I've been privileged to watch World Finals, Major Finals, Premier Leagues, all sorts of things, but I never tire of these situations where it gets really tense, no matter what the title.
100.
Jenkins, the aggressor, in leg number 7, and he has an enormous advantage. For how long?
120.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The 180 would have left him a finish. It just ricocheted into the treble 1.
25
And
left.
Andy decides to go for the bull. Ever the aggressor. He may choose to go back to that double 8, which has been very good to him in this match.
140.
He does go back to double 8. Double 4.
Game shot.
Gets it. First break of the game. And that's a good dart for Jenkins, but a great dart for Webster.
$140.
It's been a different Andy Jenkins in this match. He's looked more focused in this one than he has all day.
Ton.
His scoring in the last 3 legs has been so good. Don't forget, he was 3-2 down. He's won the last 2, and he's in the best position to make that 3.
140.
But Mitchell is not going to go quietly. But look at this from Jenkins.
140.
A relentless assault on that red bit. And the averages in the 92 to 93 range, I think, don't tell the story of how good this game has been so far. Because the match could be over in the next 3 darts.
97.
Could be over in 4. Great performance from Andy Jenkins, who has buckets of time to take care of 24. To take us to the very last game of the day. Andy Jenkins does not hesitate, and Mark Webster can still win the day, but he has to be Andy Jenkins. So that will start at 4:35. Mitchell's campaign is done, and he now has to wait to see if Webster can get the job done. We'll see you at 4:35. Welcome back to the final game of today's action. It's Thursday. It's the Icons of Darts Live League. It's brought to you by Motorsports and Red Dragon. And it's all come down to the very last game of the day. And it's not the last or the first time
Hold on,
we'll ever see Andy Jenkins and Mark Webster go at it for a title. However, only one of them can win. Mark Webster wins this game. It will be his title for today. And he will graduate from second spot on Tuesday to first on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean,
Tuesday's champion, Andy Jenkins, cannot win, but can place second if he wins this game 5 legs to 3 or better.
That's a bullseye.
And judging by the 95 average of Jenkins in the last match against Mitchell, he's going to take some stopping. On Tuesday, it was a 5-4 victory for
100.
Andy Jenkins, but that was the first game of the day. Different type of pressure in this one.
140.
You have to tip your hat to Jenkins with the way he played against Mitchell. And, of course, the way that Webster played against Mitchell in the game before that, where he took out that 83 on the ball just to keep today's league alive.
100.
And it is now very much alive. Mitchell has been within one game,
79.
one win of the title twice, and has been scuppered by some great darts from Webster and Jenkins, who have averaged 97 and 95 respectively.
$130.
Well, Webster's done nothing wrong in this leg, but he has to take the 161 just for it.
130.
Jenkins has started where he left off.
There you go.
14 darter confirms that. Webster is not going to stroll to this title.
180.
He's going to need a lot of that, because Jenkins is on it right now.
60, sorry.
As far as bragging rights are concerned, Andy knows that he can't finish top,
121.
but he does want that second spot.
81.
59.
140.
Great 140 from Jenkins, just to somewhat stay in the leg, but it may be over right here. Oh, wonderful 141 out from Mark Webster for a 12. That's his best finish of the day, and by my count, that's the best finish of anybody today.
140.
What a time to do it.
100.
I maintain what I was saying earlier when Webster was playing against Keelan Kay.
83.
He's still got years of his career left if he wants to do it.
43.
The throw is good. The temperament looks very solid.
100.
Webster is still a force for me. Still very hard to beat.
59.
But is he going to have to do what he did against Mitchell in the
121.
final 3 darts of the match again? Because the advantage of throwing this one seems to be a factor once more. With Jenkins on 57 after 12 and looking for another 14 darter.
There you go, shot.
That's exactly what he gets. Both players averaging over 100 in this final game of the day.
180.
And there's another 180 from Webster, who has made it a habit
140.
in the last 5 or 6 legs he's played to start with a 180.
140.
I make that 4 of the last 6 legs he's played have started with a 180. Maybe 4 of the last 7.
49.
Quite astounding belief.
64.
And he's not going to leave a finish.
60.
So Webster's in a fabulous position here. Tops for another 12.
97.
Trying to mirror what he did in his first leg win, just like what Andy did.
45.
But he'll take the 13. Littered with quality this game. 14, 12, 14, 13. This is just a great game of darts.
39.
Just to reiterate, Webster needs the win. Just the win will do. To get 8 points, and the leg difference doesn't matter.
100.
Jenkins needs 5-3 or better for second spot, but he can't win the league today.
96.
Webster performing a little bit better on the Jenkins throw this time round.
60.
And he has the darts. Now he has to run and take advantage of a first start like that, and he has.
125.
Not the end of the world. He did toy with the idea of going to the 25 or the
40.
18s, but because Jenkins is not on a finish, it didn't really matter what he did.
100.
That is good enough as long as he takes the 80 next time round.
55.
They're not hanging around, these two. Can Webster take it? Yes. 15 darter to get to 3-2. This has been fast and full of brilliance. That was the worst leg of the match. A 15 dart leg.
60.
Can Jenkins respond?
140.
Stay in with a shout of second spot, because if he loses this leg, for example, he cannot get it.
40.
And then it will all be about what Webster does, whether he gets to 5 legs or not.
100.
Just get the feeling with the way that Mark has played in this match, he may
57.
feel more comfortable playing against someone who's a bit quicker. Likes to get on with it these days.
43.
Playing against him many times in PDC darts, I've never really thought of him as someone who would favour the quicker players.
80.
But this is proving that I think he does, as he gets another maximum to set up a shot
100.
that would stop Andy Jenkins's chance of second place. Double 16. There you have it. Another 15 darter from Webster, and this has been the best performance of the day, the most accomplished and the most deadly on doubles.
95.
Webster knows he's 1 leg away, but Jenkins already knows that he can't get second spot.
81.
This is the worst possible scenario for Scott Mitchell, who was hoping that Jenkins would get another win
96.
and hand him the daily title. It's looking very bad for the man from Dorset, because Jenkins needs to win all 3
96.
legs now. The bright side is that Andy has to hold twice and break once. It's looking more likely a hold in this leg than a break. Just a bit of uncertainty there on the 265 from Mark. As Andy goes for double 16.
16 left.
And for the first time in this match, we will have a leg that is won in more than 5 visits.
100.
Double 8.
Yeah, game shot.
There's the first hold of 2 that he requires to give that title to Scott Mitchell. This is the best opportunity for Webster.
96.
It's his opportunity to serve it out.
100.
He matches the 1 treble visit. But this is where Webster has been ultra impressive today.
100.
When his back has been against the wall, he has delivered almost every time.
59.
In the end, Mark would admit that that was a poor visit.
140.
It's been made to look that way via Andy's 140, though. But a great switch again.
95.
This time he goes back to the 18s, and that's a great choice because now he sets up the 130.
105.
You'd much rather have 130 than 129. He's already hit a 130 today on the bull.
65.
Halves the score and hopes that Andy doesn't convert this 97 to take it all the way. Double 12.
Yeah, game shot.
Gets it. We are going all the way to 1 leg of darts for today's title. Great response from Jenkins, who was 4-2 down, but has broken Webster and held in the last 2 to take it to the distance. And look at the way he started.
139.
How do you beat somebody in a game of darts? Don't let them have a match dart. And Jenkins, even though he was 4-2 down, he has not afforded Webster a match dart.
100.
He needs something big here.
99.
Not enough. A deficit of plenty. 83 behind. Plus these, which is going to be a lot.
98.
This time, Andy Jenkins does not leave the bogey number.
59.
And Webster looks defeated.
$60.
If Jenkins is winning this match, we will end up with 4 players on 6 points.
140.
But what a response from Webster just to get to a finish. He's not out yet. Let's not forget, Mark Webster has
56.
not afforded Andy Jenkins a match dart. It's 146. It was 146. 48 away, Andy Jenkins, from giving the title to Scott Mitchell. Webster is ruining that 41 visit to set up 105. It's double 16.
16.
And Webster is looking at something that he needs to do again. Will he get a shot at the bull? No. Sign of a tense arm. It's been a long day. And Jenkins surely finishes the job.
Yeah,
Does so. And Andy Jenkins confines Mark Webster to a second defeat of the day, taking 4 players to 6 points. But it's Scott Mitchell by hook or by crook in the end who gets the daily title. What a fantastic day of action we've had. Ups and downs, lefts and rights. And that's me signing out for the week. This is Paul the Asset Nicholson saying goodbye, but not after thanking Red Dragon and MODUS Sports for a fantastic day. here with the Icons of Darts Live League. We're back tomorrow morning. Chris Mason will be back in the chair from 10:30 a.m. Have a fantastic, safe evening, everyone, and I'll see you very soon. Sayonara.